Well, folks, I think we're ready to get started this morning. Jason, if you'll get to your post, please. We'll get ready. Swing the gates, folks. We'd like to welcome you back to the 2026 Kentucky State Fair Swine Show. Today we'll be getting started with our market hogs. Entering the ring is class number 1, AOB Light Market Hogs, looking for 3 entries. Judge, these hogs weigh between 259 and 285 pounds. We'd like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Miles Tenius. Miles is from Old Ripley, Illinois. He went to Lakeland Junior College and then Western Illinois University. He judged at both of those schools. He's had the opportunity to judge many county, state, and national cattle and pig shows across the country. Miles is the owner of Tenius Livestock, where he raises, trades, and sells show steers and show pigs to youth all across the country and own and operate a concrete business. If you're around ringside, put your hands together for our market hog judge today, Mr. Miles Tenius. We need Class 2. We need those Berkshires, our first class of Berkshire market hogs. Class 2 Berkshires. You need to make your way to the makeup ring, please. Class number 2 Berkshires. Exhibitors, this is just a reminder, you do need to wear your back tag, and it needs to be the correct numbered back tag. Please make sure you have your back tag, and it's the correct number.
Champion Light OPB
Okay.
3. Yeah.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here and be your judging official this morning. I look forward to it. Yesterday got to spend some time at the cattle show and always enjoy coming down to Kentucky. Just very good people, very good kids and good livestock, man. And the white ones here, the white LPBs or AOBs, are any exception to the quality I think that we'll see here this morning or today at the Kentucky State Fair Market Hog Show. Things are going to get really fun. I really like these three, and to me they put together differences about the way that they're built. My class winner, to me, once you get right up on top of them, big top, big ended barrel, good in terms of his chest, and a great looking one whenever you step off to the profile of him. I'd loosen him up just a little bit out of his front end, maybe just relax his heel just just a shade. But again, still pulls his hock back right. I think that guy's got the most real shape and genuineness in terms of his skeleton, width, and power. Just a very, very good barrow to start. To me, the barrow that's in second, if you want to call it close, you can, because he reaches very good off of his hind leg. He's really a comfortable barrow behind. The longer, again, that he goes, his front end assembly and just his flatness of front foot, little flatter side to the shape of his blade, barrow just doesn't maybe get out here and go as comfortable as off of his front end as what I'd like him to. I'd like to just strengthen his pasterns just a little bit, but I could use him because his hind leg works just a little bit better. He's a good bodied barrow. He's got a nice look to him, just a little flatter in his shape, a little flatter on his front foot. Powerful gilt here in 3. Big top, thick-ended, and wide-bodied. Needs to move better on both ends. Good job. Good class. Let's give those kids a good round of applause. My compliments. A good way to start the Kentucky State Fair.
And placings in class number 1, AOB Light Market Hogs. First in your champion light AOB Market Hog is entry 115, Mr. Woods Wunderlich. Second reserve AOB Light Market Hog is entry 111, Bristol Hopkins. And third and first Kentucky was Colton Fitzpatrick. Entering the ring is class number 2, Berkshire Market Hogs. Judge, these 8 entries weigh between 220 and 249 pounds. We need class 3. Class 3 Berkshires, make your way to the makeup ring. Following class 3, we'll be selecting your top 3 Berkshire Market Hogs. So Chester White exhibitors, you have this class, one more, drive, and then yours. Final call, class 3 Berkshires. Final call, class 3 Berkshires. You need to be in the makeup ring immediately.
A great class of Berkshires here, and I thought really deep. I mean, these top three, very, very good. And to me, there's differences about the way that they're built in terms of balance and proportion. As I step to the side of him, the barrel that starts just lays his back down in him a little smoother. He's a shade longer and leveler about his upper hip. That barrel comes at me. He's just the more, to me, square barrel in where his knee and front foot will set comparatively to the barrel that ends up in second. I love the roll of his body and just his bulk whenever you get right up right up into him. I'd maybe peel just a little bit of cover off of him, to be honest with you. He's right there, borderline, maybe a little puffy fat for me personally, and that's where I like the barrel that ends up in second. But again, just a blend of structural integrity with feature with the skeleton and some body mass, and I thought he needed to win this class, so I stepped to the side of him. The barrel that's in second, to me, is the most interesting. I love his shape. I actually prefer the way he comes prepared to me in terms of body condition and just the way that he's a little cleaner up there through his neck, a little cleaner right in behind his sheath. Barrel wants to tuck and duck with his hind leg just a little bit, gets up in his spine, doesn't have quite the feature of forearm and just the squareness of knee as what does my class winner, but man, he's good shaped and good headed. I love his width of skeleton leaving me, and so I like his body shape very well as well, and so makes that pair real close. I thought this barrel in third was good, and to me, although he's in a lightweight class, I feel like the better days were probably right behind him. I love his body and just the forerib shape that he's got. Really a big centered barrel, and he's got an extra shot of feature and foot size behind. Dew claw spreads wide and foot sets down good. He's a little puffy up front and just a little chuffy about his throat line. Like to clean him up in the base of his body, just give him a more natural shape whenever I step up on top of him. I talk to these kids down the lineup, and I'll do that all day as I pin them about the things that I would change. We could spend a lot of time talking about them. These kids did a great job of driving them. Just little things like that yield needs to be square behind, but a good-looking one. The rest of those need to be stouter, come with just a little more muscle. Good job. Great class. My compliments to each one of those exhibitors.
Placings in class number 2, Berkshires. First and first Kentucky went to Miss Ava Jackson. Second and second Kentucky was Lila Mann. Third was Amelia Gripsover. Fourth, Molly Decker. Fifth, Tanner Eisen. Sixth, Scotty Rainwater. Seventh, Jackson Shoemaker. Eighth, Brantley Shoemaker. Congratulations. Looking for 6 entries in this class, Judge. These hogs weigh between 253 and around 285 pounds. Following this, we'll be selecting your top 3 Berkshire Market hogs. So Chester White's Class 4. Class 4 Chesters. You need to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class number 4 Chesters. If you have any scratches throughout the day, if you do not care to go to the makeup ring and tell the people running it that you have a scratch, that would be fantastic. Chesters, you need to be in the makeup ring. Your class is coming in soon. Class 4 Chesters.
Again, I think a really good class, and I enjoyed judging the first class. Sorry, I had a little stuff in my throat. I was back at the steer barn yesterday, and I got enough paint, I think, in me to probably recoat a hind leg of a show steer. So I will tell you that as we come here to Class 3, it is evident that the quality will come, particularly to the top end of the show. I thought, to me, in terms of just comfort level, the Gilt needed to win this particular class. Never did she hesitate to move, and then yet still has the same kind of feature as the barrow that's in 2. She's cleaner bodied right around her forerib. I love the shape of her rib. She's the better headed hog. And I know we're talking about market hogs, but that's an interesting breeding Gilt to me. I love her feature, her foot size, and her head, and the shape of her neck, just her genuineness of lower skeleton and body shape. A very, very nice pig to win this particular class. This young lady gets all of them out that she possibly can. In terms of just the quality of this particular barrow, you can tell that he's hard to drive. I mean, just having to come out with 2 whips to keep his head up. To me, it's all because of the way he's built off of his front end. He just naturally doesn't want to bring his head up and out of his shoulder. Big back, thick-ended, wide-bodied barrow there. Gets just a little bit more opened up right there, like I said, in the floor of his chest. I didn't talk about it than even our class winner. And so as they drive to me, I think it's close. As I get to the profile of him, I see him just a little rounder in his upper hip, not just quite as neat right there ahead of his shoulder. Biggest thing is the way that guy works out of his front end, in my opinion, needs to be just a little bit more coordinated to be like your class winner. The one that ends up in 3rd, again, prepared very well. Good-headed barrow there. It's got a nice kind of a look to him from the profile. Not near the muscle mass, not near the width of skeleton, or just the bone work in him comparatively to the other 2. You can fit him inside those, but a good-built barrow right there at the surface. Little puffy behind his sheath, little plain whenever you get right up there on top of him. I talked to these kids down the lineup about what I'd change, but it's a good class of Berkshire Market Hogs. Let's give these kids a good round of applause here as we close your Berkshire show.
And placings in class number 3, Berkshire's first went to Miss Emery Burnett. Second went to Mally Sipes. Third, Andrew Stith. Fourth, Wyatt Moore. Fifth and first Kentucky was Mr. Cooper Probst. Sixth and second Kentucky was Claire Dutton. We'll now be showing for your top 3 Berkshire Market Hogs at the 2026 Kentucky State Fair. In contention from class number 2, we have entry 09, Miss Ava Jackson. And from class 3, entry number 3, Miss Emery Burnett.
Well, if you would, please put your hands together for these 2 young ladies right here. Job well done. We've obviously got right started into some heat of things here this morning. I thought that there were some decisions to be made within those classes. And to me, as these 2 barrows and the Gilt comes back out, as the barrow and Gilt come back out, as I just worked from the ground up, I felt like these were the most genuine market hogs coming right at me and then leaving me. And then from the profile in a longer, narrower ring like this, there's no doubt that balance has got to be in your favor today. As these 2 drive from the side, just in terms terms of their height of shoulder and their length of hip and levelness of rump, the way that they come in terms of parts and just pieces and the way that they flow from the profile. I thought both these really, really good. I think this barrel that wins Class 1 is a man, and I know that he is not the heaviest weight one of the pair, but whenever you get right up on top of him and you just read the shape of his body, the way that facilitates for his spread up high, his width of skeleton behind, his feature and foot size that goes to the ground, and his comfort level, absolutely, to me, just very, very impeccable to watch that barrel move and have that kind of bulk and mass whenever you get up on top of him. I like that thing a good deal. The one that wins Class 2, like I said, I know we're talking market hogs, but I'd be interested to know a pedigree, and I'd be interested to have her for a sow. I just thought her head quality and the shape of her neck and the length of her hip, and for that girl to just kind of walk with her head down just a little bit and keep her spine like that, man, I think's really interesting. I think that guild has some big time pieces. She is maybe just a shade upright too in her front end. I didn't think to me that she was quite as off there as what was the barrel that ended up in second in that particular class. And as I work down low on her, I don't know that her toe spread and just foot size is as big as what our barrel is, but man, a really good pig as well. So my compliments to both of you. My favorite though came out of Class 1. Let's give her a good round of applause. Congrats.
And your champion Berkshire Market Hog goes to entry number 9, Miss Ava Jackson. That'll bring in Lila Mann to contention for reserve. Miss Ava will also be your Kentucky Proud champion Berkshire.
Brings out that barrel that was second in that particular class. And again, I talked about just his look up front. I love his shape. And I thought for a lightweight Berkshire barrel, he settled in his class right in terms of just freshness, youthfulness, and maturity. I like the length of his head, but still the stoutness of his skull. And I think a barrel there that rolls up very good in terms of his top line. As I watch him from the profile, and that barrel rolls up in his spine, he'll want to duck in his hip and get his hind leg up underneath him. And I don't know that he is just as genuinely big featured behind as what is the gilt that wins the second class. But man, I love his comfort there from the side, just the angle of his shoulder. And I talked about him coming right to me. I could square him up just a shade. And so I think this pair is really close. Obviously, this one just came out of a long drive. She's got to turn back around and come right back into it. But in terms of just her quality, I like her a good deal. She's my second favorite. Young lady's got your reserve, Bert. Congrats.
And your reserve champion Berkshire Market Hog goes to entry number 3, Miss Emery Burnett. That'll drop in Mally Sipes in contention for third overall.
Brings in a barrel that was second in that class, and I talked about him, a rugged built one. Man, he's got the biggest rear feature of any of them that have come through, and he's really bold in his body. I just wish I could reassemble his front end, the way that his neck ties and just his shoulder angle, the build of his whole front end assembly just needs to be rocked back and just more comfortable, and I think it more naturally allowed that barrel to take off and go. I like this Class 1 winner in terms of just his youthfulness and his fresh shape. He's a good-bodied, well-presented barrel here. I told you I didn't think he carried the feature of the top two. I didn't think that barrel was just as long and level out of his rump, good in his spine. But, man, I still appreciate his sheer quality and the way that he comes presented to us. He's my third favorite in the Berks. Congrats to her.
And your third overall Berkshire Market Hog in your reserve Kentucky Proud goes to entry number 11, Mrs. Lila Mann. One more time, put your hands together for all those Berkshire Market Hog exhibitors. Entering the ring is class number 4, Chester White Market Hogs. Judge, these 4 entries weigh between 266 and 269 pounds. We need class 5. Class 5 Chesters, you need to be making your way to the makeup ring immediately. Class number 5. Just a friendly reminder, there are no aerosols allowed in the makeup ring. Please, no aerosols in the makeup ring.
Right, it looks like two classes of these Chester Market Hogs, and a great way to start. Really well prepared barrel here for the young man. I don't know that any of them are just perfect in the way that they go, and so once you call that a wash, there's a really neat looking barrel. Got a beautiful shape in his back. His length of hip is good. Where his tailhead sets up on it is good. Obviously, from the outside looking in, you want to release his hind leg just a little bit more comfortably. But show me the one in here that is any more correct there, that offers that kind of back, that kind of chest floor, and that big of a forearm. I thought a really well prepared, good presented barrel here to win this class for this young man. Young man that ends up in second. I like this barrel a lot from the side. In fact, I wanted to call him a little bit better build until I stepped right in behind him. I'd square his hind leg and then just open him up in his chest. But a good looking, well balanced barrel from the profile. His height, the shoulder's good. His length and height ratio to me is proportional. That barrel's got a quality look right there ahead of his blade. Not just as square in his hind leg, not just as true in terms of his muscle, and he's got to be better chested whenever he comes right there to me. Probably the most athletic barrel's in second. He almost wants to run out here. I love the way that he plants and goes off of his hind leg. He, to me, is just still a little too flat on his front foot, bit dished in his head, and I want to just clean him up there around his throat line, the top of his neck, and just give that barrel a shot of bone comparatively, but a very, very nice and well-prepared barrel as well. My compliments to her. Very good class of Chesters. I talked to this young man about what I'd change. Congrats to him.
Placings in class number 4, Chesters. First went to Mr. Owen Gripsover. Second went to Scotty Rainwater. Third in First Kentucky was Ruby Atchison. Fourth in Second Kentucky Proud went to Mr. Wyatt Stump. Entry 24 is a scratch. Jason looking for 4 entries in the class number 5, Chesters. Judge, these 4 hogs weigh between 283 and 285 pounds. Following this, we'll select your top 3 Chesters. So you Red Pig exhibitors, Class 6 Durox. Class 6, go ahead and make your way to the makeup ring. Class number 6 Durox. Just a reminder, if you have any loved ones that are back home and they want to watch, Ringside Live is here. You can tell them to go to YouTube and look up Ringside Live, or send them to the website ringsidelive.co and have them join that way. Next Level Imaging is also here, taking pictures of all your precious moments here at the Kentucky State Fair. You can go online to their website and download all those pictures that you see. We appreciate both of those entities being here. Let's give them a round of applause. They don't get the credit that they deserve for being here throughout the week.
A real deep class of these Chester Barrows, and so I want to describe them to you, and it's not going to be everybody's favorite placing. That doesn't bother me, but I want to tell you what I'm seeing. The barrow that I start with, in my opinion, wins so very easily in a very, very good class of these. He's got the look and head carriage of a few, with the feature of a few, does it the squarest whenever you get right up on top of him, right behind him, and he's the most genuine barrow in terms of his covering and the content of his body roll. I like that particular barrow the best from that aspect. I'd still lay him just a little further back on his blade, or at his blade, if you're going to nitpick on him there. He's maybe not just the huskiest one out here or the broadest one right there in his upper body, but plenty enough. Big ditch, long hip, level out of his backside of his hip, and very, very square whenever you get into him there. I like that pig a good deal to win this particular class. Now from there, I thought it was challenging because I could put any one of them second, just depending on the priorities and the views that you get of these particular barrows. In terms of usage of hind leg feature and body shape, I preferred this young man's barrow second. I know the critics can get hard on him up front. He's not the neatest looking one right there ahead of his shoulder, but I do feel like that to me it matches his feature, it matches his denseness of body, his bulk whenever you get in behind him, and that barrow travels off of a comfortable hind leg. To be a class winner, I want to stouten his jaw, I want to clean him up at his pole, and just broaden him just a shade as he comes right there to me. But I thought a really, really good pig whenever you got up on him, watched him go away, and just in terms of his comfort level. I want to love the barrow in third. He's the freshest back, freshest hided, and the beautiful bodied barrow in this particular class. He's a muscular, wide-built one whenever you get in behind him. Those front feet are going to get him in trouble, and just the way that he's built off the front side of his skeleton, I can give up the fact that he's the most refined of these four in this particular class, but it just can't do his front end, and neither can he. The longer this particular drive goes, the more tired that barrow gets up front. There's things I love about the barrow in four, man. He looks a lot like my class winner from a length of side standpoint, particularly at his hip. I like his denseness of feature. That barrow is a rib or two longer, and then he sways in his back from the side, doesn't hook up in his loin and his hip just quite as good. just quite as good, and I got to fix the way that he travels off of his front end. Obviously, a very nice pig there, and a young man is not too happy about his placing, but a very good pig. Congrats to him.
And placings in class number 5. First went to entry 22, Mr. Hayden Natcher. Second went to Mr. Hayden Natcher. He'd also be your first Kentucky Proud. Third went to entry 28, Miss Bristol Hopkins. And fourth went to Rylan Hager. Just a reminder, if you are Kentucky Proud first or second, you're going to need to stay and catch a pin back for the Kentucky Proud champion in reserve. We're showing for your grand champion Chester Market Hog. In contention from class number 4, Mr. Owen Gripsover. And from class number 5, Hayden Natcher.
As we get back started this morning, I want to just go ahead and clarify as we get to the next few breeds, as we get through the day, this is all we do. And so as I place your pigs, depending on my priorities today, you can be as upset as you want to, but I will tell you as I step to this ring, it does not matter who is standing behind your pin. It does not matter how you come there in terms of who I may know or who I may not know. It will simply be based on the quality of your pig. Me, the kid, and the pig will have our placings put together as they leave this class. And I want you to know whenever those kids leave, they got the fair shake that they're going to get. And so as I bring these two, thank you. As I bring these two back out here, there is no question in my mind these are the best two. I am very comfortable in what I did, and we do this every day. Show barrows, feed them, and try to be competitive at this particular level. Your champion is non-negotiable, the best built, the stoutest, the best looking one, yet still ripe and green in his immaturity, and I like his pattern the best, and there is no doubt in terms of comfort level, still the best one. Young man, you got him right there for sure. Congrats to you.
And your champion Chester Market Hog goes to entry number 22, Mr. Hayden Natcher. That'll bring in entry 21 in contention for reserve.
Brings out the second place bear in that particular class. I talked about his body and his feature, the way that he handled his hind leg. Not the tidiest looking out the front side of his shoulder, but plenty of spread and plenty of bulk and mass. I like the way that barrow is better assembled behind than our Class 1 winning barrow. I thought our Class 1 winning barrow needed to win that class and do it pretty handily. My question now would be his structural build and the way that he comes just a little more upright on both ends, but real fresh backed and good looking out front, and so it can make it close, but I thought our heavyweight class was really deep and good. That's my second out there. Congrats.
And your reserve champion Chester is entry 21, Mr. Hayden Natcher. That'll bring in Bristol Hopkins in contention for third overall.
Brings out the bear that was third in that class. I talked about just his freshness of hide, his roll back, and his spread behind. I want to love the barrel, and I could give up the fact that he wasn't just as heavy featured in that particular class as the rest of them, but I got to reassemble his front end just a little bit. But there's a bear that still uses his hind leg correctly as he works it back behind him. A little more angular about the way that he sets up in his hind leg. And again, like I said, I love this pig from the side, and I thought, hey, in the Chesters, 9 times out of 10, that barrel is going to get him all that he wants. It just got to release his hind leg and make him use it better. He's just a little tight. That one, to me, again, you could reassemble both their front ends. This one's got more to him. He's my third favorite. Congratulations to her.
And your third overall Chester goes to entry number 28, Miss Bristol Hopkins. Congratulations. We still need to pick a reserve Kentucky Proud Chester. Your reserve Kentucky Proud Chester goes to entry 23, Miss Ruby Atchison. Let's put our hands together for all those Chester White Market Hog exhibitors. Let's get started with our red pigs. Entering the ring is class number 6, Durox. Looking for 8 entries, Judge. These hogs weigh between 230 and 250 pounds. We need class 7 Durox. Class 7, you need to make your way to the makeup ring. Class number 7.
Like they said, 4 Class C's Red Hogs, and man, what a good way to start. What a good pair of barrows right here. And they're so similar in terms of their kind, just their length of body, their feature and bonework, and foot size, and squareness of build. As these two barrows come and go, so opened up, but yet still very genuine, and where their elbow set, very good. Whenever you get right in behind them from pin hock to rear foot, the way they plant and go. My class winner, to me, just a little more elite looking, a little neater tying up front, huge back. Great big turn to his fore-rib and center body. Very elitely prepared in the way that he comes presented from a physical feel standpoint. His height and just his freshness, a look and outline out here. Really, really good pig. And she, to me, has had a good pair of barrows already. And yet, again, in a good class, I feel like she withstands competition because she's got the stouty that still moves incredibly well. I really like this barrow in second. To be honest with you, whenever Class 1 came in, I thought there's probably not going to be a better one in terms of skull and width of skeleton and just stoutness of feature there behind. He's a little upright in the set of his shoulder, and so that barrow doesn't want to just get out of his front end with as much go as what does my class winner. I'd like to just release his hock a shade bit better, but very, very stout and very bold. Good pair right there at the top end. I like the head carriage and the comfortable lower joints in the yield that ends up in second. Not near the horsepower, a center body. I don't know, maybe it looks like she's coming into heat. She hasn't maybe ate, drank, and just filled up and just opened up in terms of her internal body mass is what did the top pair of these, but very, very good. Good shape, good looking barrel. Whenever you get right here on top of him, I told the boy as I push him there towards 4, doesn't have the same kind of bone and foot there underneath what he's got up high. Just want to make him a little stouter, a little more genuine right to the surface in terms of ankle and foot size, especially as I compare him back to the barrel that end up the pair of them, the trio of them right there ahead. I like some pieces of this barrel. I think he's so loose made. He's really good chested. He's a good headed barrel. He's very good as I get in behind him. Too often times as I step to the profile, does that barrel want to just slack right in behind his shoulder, come just a shade shorter and rounder about his upper hip, just kind of pull up in the rear of his loin. His top line just doesn't balance the same as the upper end of this particular class, but I love him down low in terms of foot and foundation. Good pig as he's on the go. I thought this barrel was interesting too. His front end's maybe not assembled as correctly as some, but down his top line and out of his hip, he's so level and strong and good in terms of his rump, just a little upright in the set of his shoulder blade, not near just the mass and power in him. Good looking barrel here from the profile. Just got to have more to him all over. He can fit inside these other ones in terms of just sheer volume of power and width of skeleton. And we close with a good barrel. I thought that young lady's done a great job of preparing her pig, skin and hair. She's done all the things that she could possibly do to try to make him just get better. His hind legs are the reason and why he sets down where he is. Just got to fix him in the way that he travels. But I still appreciate the way she's coming and got that pig prepared to the show. It's tough to be that far down the line, but his hind legs need to be better. Good job.
And placings in class number 6, Durox. First went to Miss Ava Jackson. Second and first Kentucky was Brooke Montgomery. Third and second Kentucky was also Miss Brooke Montgomery. Fourth was Kenton Johnson. Fifth, Adeline Jackson. Sixth, Wyatt Arnett. Seventh, Jack Shepard. And eighth, Savannah Moore. Congratulations. Looking for 8 entries in this class, Judge. These hogs will weigh between 256 and 279 pounds. We need Class 8 Durox, Class 8 Red Pigs. Make your way to the makeup ring.
Man, things have been good at the Kentucky State Fair, and again, what a pair of them that rise. The barrel that starts this particular class, I'm all in on his with the skeleton, and the way that he comes at me, you get right up on top of that barrel. He's busted open big, but he's fresh in the roll of his body. There's no real fat in that barrel. To me, he's still lean in his composition, but stout in his features. Incredible hip and hind leg placement. I think that barrel silhouette is to die for, and then whenever you get right up to him, man, he's a market hog with a tremendous amount of punch. Very, very good pig to win this particular class. The one that ends up in second's the most like him in terms of just height and look out front. A barrel there that comes very square, and he leaves you just quite the same way. Not the same size of forearm and ankle and rear foot as what has my class winner or what my class winner has. And I didn't just see him as opened up right in his forerib and mid-body either, but man, fresh looking, very, very highly presented, and a good hind leg in that particular barrel. Just a really high quality one there in two. Incredibly good pair. I love my class winner. The barrel that comes here in three, again, just fundamentals are good. He's square, he's good moving, and he's a good looking barrel from the side. Not near the bone, not near the shape, and just the mass of what does the top pair have. But again, just in terms of comfort level, his squareness of build and his joints, he's got to stay up here in the top three. I talked to these kids about what I changed, man, down the lineup. Very, very good class of them. I thought this barrel is right there in terms of his front feet, and if he was better there, then that particular pig could probably at least push there into third, but his front end assembly has got to be better, and I talked to those kids there about what I'd change. Great class. Let's give him a great big round of applause. Again, what a class winner. Congrats.
And placings of class number 7 Durox. First went to Hayden Atcher. Second went to Adeline Jackson. Third and first Kentucky Proud was Miss Brooke Montgomery. Fourth and second Kentucky Proud was Colton Fitzpatrick. Fifth, Jacob Back. Sixth, Danny Boy Laurent. Seventh, Addison Hinton. Eighth, Addison Hinton. Judge, this is your final class of Durox. There are only 3 classes of Durox. Final class of Durox. These 10 entries weigh between 283 and approximately 285 pounds. Following this, we'll select your top 3 Durox. So our Hampshire exhibitors, Hampshire Market Hogs, you need to be making your way to the makeup ring immediately. Class number 9, Hampshires. Kids, one more reminder, please wear your back tags and wear the correct number back tag.
A great way to go ahead and end up our Durocs here. And whenever you're out here with them, these are the two barrels that come and go the squarest. As I get up on top of them and I watch them just go right there away from me, this guy's got more right in the base of his hip. He's wider as you take him to the surface, and I prefer his loin hook up to his hip better as I get off to the side of him. A big-chested, stout, rugged-built barrel. He's not blessed with the most shape in this particular class, but whenever you're up there next to him, he's got plenty enough, maybe a little lighter heighted than what is the barrel that ends up in second, and so it doesn't look like maybe naturally turns as hard as what does the barrel that's in two, but whenever you're out here and with him and you just study him down his top, upper part of his hip, and just his lower joints, man, a very, very good pig to win this particular class. This one's gassed up a little harder right behind his shoulder than what is the barrel that ends up winning this particular class. I like his shape and roll of his loin, a barrel that comes at me extremely wide. I don't feel like he's got the same width as Skeleton getting right behind him. I want to just go ahead and just bulk him up just a shade, fix him in the wrinkle of his hide, and where he pinches right there at his ham loin hookup. Doesn't have the same jaw and feature of forearm as what does my class winner, but man, still a real, real good pig. The barrel that ends up here in third, good looking from the profile, and I made the call in a market hog setting, just a wider, more muscular version of what is the Gilt that ends up in four. He's got to be better in his body. I don't know if he's always just been that way or maybe fighting weight just a little bit on him. I just want to soften him up right there in the center part of his body. body. Just let him use his hind leg a little more comfortably as well. The yield that ends up in third, just to be truthful with you, and I know you don't want to hear it in the Market Hog show, but I feel like she settles in a breeding gilt show pretty good. I like her look from the side, and she's a good-bodied gilt from the profile, not near the arm, not near the width of skeleton, and not near just the bone work of what did the top three have, but still a very good built, good-looking one there. Looks like maybe coming into heat, doesn't just have just the bulk and mass whenever you get right up on top of what those did as well. Front two-thirds of this barrel reeks like the upper end of this particular class. I just got to let him use his hind leg better as I step in behind him, and I talk to these kids as well about what I changed. A great class to end. My compliments to them. Let's give them a good round of applause. Congratulate these kids if you could.
We're now showing for your top three Duroc Market Hogs at the 2026 Kentucky State Fair. In contention from class number 6, entry 59, Miss Ava Jackson. From class number 7, Mr. Hayden Atcher. Put your hands together for these kids as they're announced. Hayden Atcher. And from class number 8, Miss Allie Arnold.
Those three real good red barrows that drive your ring in Kentucky this morning. Let's give them a great big round of applause, man. That was tough competition in the red ones this morning. To me, Durocs are all built different today. I don't know that there's very many similarities in the particular pigs until you get down to the top end of them. And if you got a good class and you've got good pigs, all of a sudden then you can sort into three of them that, in my opinion, really resemble each other, particularly as we back off of them and just talk about balance and proportionality. And then as I watch them come and I watch them go, they've got to be genuine market hogs, the base of their skeleton, and then offer all the punch thereafter. I want them built right, and then I'll put the extras on. And so I've always been that way. That's the way that we feed them. That's the way that we pick them. And these three right here suit me very well from that particular standpoint. With that being said, one of them packs the feature of one, the build and look of another one, and then fortunately for him does it so good in terms of feet and legs. I'll be interested. I know it's been a good show so far. I know our champion red is very, very good this morning. And again, I'm just so excited to get into the next group of them, man. As they continue to come, it has certainly been good. Our champions are great. Your champion, Duroc Market Hog, this morning is a very good one. Young man, you got him. Congratulations to you.
And a big congratulations. Entry 37, Mr. Hayden Atcher with your grand champion, Duroc. That'll drop in Adeline Jackson in contention for the top three.
Brings out the barrel that was second in that particular class. I talked about how good and high quality that particular pair was, and once that young lady gets that barrel's head to come up, he levels out in his back, man, and you get right up on top of him. Incredible shape out of the back of his shoulder. He's the most juiced up in his loin, and then you get in behind him and watch him go away. The same thing could be said about the base of his hip. He's got to be just a little bit more coordinated out of his front end just to allow that barrel to more naturally drive this ring, but again, I think a very, very good shaped one there. Beautiful to look at from the profile. Our lightweight class winner came in. Tremendous amount of feature and foot size and bone. His front end's going to wear out just a little bit in him, but I thought that particular barrel was real good. Our heavyweight has never stopped driving, man, and he does it with confidence. I love his skeleton and just the quality build of that particular barrel's lower joints. From the outside looking in, I don't feel like maybe he'd ever wow you, and I don't know that he's a barrel that has the ESTs out here, but in a basic sense, it all fits together right. I love his squareness of build, his height of shoulder, his length of rump, his width of skeleton as you get in behind him. If he was just a little bulkier right in the middle of his back, man, then I think, to me, he's easily in the top pair. And so I feel like it's really close here. In my opinion, it's about their skeletal build. As I've talked about that, my reserve stands right here in front of me. Congrats to her.
And the reserve champion Duroc Market Hog comes from class number 8, entry 36, Miss Allie Arnold. Good job, Allie. That'll bring in Ava's entry 60 in contention for third overall.
Brings out the bear that was second in that class, and I spent some time between the pair because there's things that I equally like about that barrel that I would stout in the barrel that ends up winning this particular class or winning that particular class. I love the barrel's feature and foundation. Dark-hided, good-looking bear out front with a big shape whenever you get right up on top of him. I feel like the call is that barrel just wide enough as he goes right there away from you and just good enough on his front foot? Is that barrel just coordinated enough off both ends of his skeleton? Obviously, our lightweight got just a little pushy to each side of his body, and so makes it really close. I feel like these two look eerily similar as you get off to the profile of them. One of them just a little stouter, a little bulkier, a little denser, and then yet still keeps it together very, very well. I thought a very good pair. My third favorite, those right here in front of me. Congrats.
And your third overall comes from class number 8, entry 60, Miss Ava Jackson. Congratulations. We need to still select our Kentucky Proud champion and reserve. I'm sorry, your champion Kentucky Proud was Miss Allie Arnold. We need to pick a reserve judge.
I appreciate Kentucky doing the Kentucky Proud deal. We have a Land of Lincoln show at our state, providing the kids an opportunity in the purebred animal show to get a piece of things and to be to the top end of it. I thought your Duroc Market Hog show was good. There was differences between them, but I'm very comfortable in my top 3. They're the best built and still the extras. I think your reserve Kentucky Proud is a unique critter, and I'd love to see make gilts to him, man, to have this kind of feature and foot size that he does. He maybe doesn't just relax as comfortable as what the upper end of him did out of his front end and got just a little neck, but boy, from there on back, a stouty with a tremendous amount of horsepower and yet still moves it good. Young lady in the middle's got your reserve Kentucky Proud. Congratulations to him.
And your reserve Kentucky Proud Duroc Market Hog goes to Miss Brooke Montgomery. One more time, put your hands together for all of our Duroc Market Hog exhibitors. Entering the ring, it's Hampshire time. Class number 9, looking for 6 entries, judge. These hogs weigh between 255 and 285 pounds. This will be your Hampshire drive, judge. Hereford Nation, we need class 10. Class 10, you need to make your way to the makeup ring.
We just have one class of Hampshires, and so this will be your champion, reserve, and third overall Hampshire Market Hogs this morning here at the Kentucky State Fair. Let's give these young people a good round of applause. A very good job done by all 6 of them, man. A really good class of Hampshires. You never know what you're going to get into in the Hamps. We like raising them at home. It is the toughest thing to do, in my opinion. If you're a Hampshire breeder at this point in time, we just throw darts to the wall and hope they stick. And so we've got lucky a few times, and it can be challenging as well for sure. I thought these 3 Hampshire Barrows rose, and they did in terms of their look, their build, and their balance. To me, your champion Hampshire Barrow, outline look, a better front end assembly, and just a little longer rump. To me, again, still built very nice from the profile. Young lady, you got a class winner and a champion right here for sure. Very, very good pig to do so. Just longer rump than leveler hip than what's going to be second in reserve. I love his squareness of build and his height of shoulder. Maybe doesn't have the feature of just forearm and hind leg of the other barrel, but hey, it's right there, and it matches him very, very well. From the profile is where I'm going to sort the other 2. To me, in terms of just their depth of body, and then whenever I get right up to him, one of them's better in his foreribs, stouter in his skull, better in his crest, and just balances better. Young man's going to have your second in reserve right here in front of me as well. He's a little twisty on his front foot, and he's not as long and level out of the upper part of his hip as what is my class winner and eventual champion, but he's better bodied, he's bolder right in behind his shoulder, and he's a better neck barrel whenever you get right up there to the side of him. This barrel has good in him. I just don't know that right now is his day, but he still stays easily in the top 3. Barrel looks a little far past his prime, just about the top of his neck. Looks like maybe we've run out of weight in terms of just getting him to fill up and bulk in the rear part of his body. I just want to release him better off of his hind leg. I can give up maybe a little neck and just a little depth of rib, but his hind leg is what's going to get him in trouble in here comparatively to the top end. I thought this was a moderate stouty. I like this barrel's rib cage and his feature of his front end. He's the most upright in the build of his shoulder, and then it slows his pace down behind. Doesn't have near just the muscle mass and volume of the top 3. Barrel comes out here in 5. Again, a good ribbed hog, and I like just the substance and practicality of him. He'll get them hind legs up underneath him, start to sway and swivel off of his rear 2, not just built and just have quite as good of a balance and build from the side there and off of his hind leg as what did the upper end. Then we close with a good pig too. I like this hog shape, and I like the look to me to his front end. A barrel there that's just going to give up quite a bit of bone and foot and just muscularity comparatively to the top end, but still really a quality barrel there. If there's a lightweight class, he's probably to the top end of it. Weight's not what gets him in trouble. He just needs to be stouter everywhere compared to those upper end. Good job. Great class of Hamps.
And congratulations, your champion Hampshire Market Hog at the 2026 Kentucky State Fair. Went to entry number 86, Miss Lila Mann. Reserve went to Michaela Massey. Third overall was Holland Hobbs. Fourth and first Kentucky Proud was Amelia Gripsover. Fifth was Danny Boy Laurent. Sixth in reserve Kentucky was Reed Robinette. Herf Nation, stand up and roar. Class 10, looking for 4 entries, Judge. These hogs weigh between 220 and 270 pounds. We need Class 11. Class 11 Herefords, make your way to the makeup ring. Following Class 11, we'll select your top 3 Herefords. So Poland's, Class 12 Poland's, you need to make your way to the makeup ring. Class 12 Poland. I have been told that there is a celebration due. Miss Valerie Atcher's birthday is today. So a happy birthday, Miss Valerie.
A nice group of Herefords that run out here, and to me, there's a little bit of difference in the way that they're built. You've got a real nice one in terms of silhouette and just reach of skeleton. Got a more muscular barrow that, honestly, if he would drive, to me, would easily win this particular class just based on his width of skeleton and just his extra density. And so, to me, still a barrow that's built really good. He's just hard to drive, but really a good barrow as well. And so, I go back and forth on him. I'm just going to go ahead, keep it together in terms of build and comfort level, silhouette, and then just a pig that comes out, wants to drive just a little easier. Right here is going to be your class winner in Class 1 of the Herf. So there's no doubt he needs to be stouter. I mean, he's got to be wider, bulkier, and just more massive like a barrow that ends up in second. But I thought this guy would run downhill just a shade, get a little flatter on his front foot, and not just as consistent in his step as what was my class winner. Barrow that's in third obviously got the weight advantage here. He's a big spread barrow whenever you get right up on top of him, and he's wide build underneath. It just got to fix the way that his front end lays on him. He runs downhill from the side as a result there, to me, of the build of his front end. And then as you watch him work out of his hind leg, want to just see more reach in that barrow and comfort, and a good shape guild here that comes in 4 that just needs more body, bulk, and mass. And I want to level her out of her hip and just loosen her up in her structure a little up front. Good job. Nice class.
And placings of class number 10, Herefords. First Kentucky Proud went to Jackson Shoemaker. Second Kentucky was Ashlyn Eisen. Third went to Kinley French. Fourth to Mr. Preston Zinner. Looking for 6 entries in class number 11, Judge. These hogs weigh between 283 and approximately 285 pounds. Following this, we'll select your top 3 Herefords. So class 12 Poland's. Class 12 Poland's. You need to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class number 12. Crossbred exhibitors, we will not be taking a break. We will roll right into our crossbred show, so there will not be a break between our pures and our crosses.
Nice class of Herefords. Again, 6 of them with quality. It looks like maybe a few of them maybe they ran out of room or not feeling the best there to the middle of the pack. But our class winner, again, non-negotiable, the best built one, squarest bodied or squarest down low, and the best bodied barrel out here, the freshest look and quality of build. I like that pig a good deal to win this particular class. The gilt that ends up in second, just from the side in terms of her silhouette, her flexibility, and her comfort level, thought she easily needed to be in the top pair. Needs more spread whenever you step right up on top of her, and just a little more muscle in her hip as she goes away. Good bodied barrel that comes next. I just feel like the basics and the fundamentals are in check on this particular guy. Runs downhill just a little bit out here comparatively and needs just a shot of horsepower whenever you step right up on top of him. Barrel that's in 4, again, I feel like that's a really high quality barrel that just hasn't maybe came to the show and done the right things. I don't know if he's ulcering or if that barrel just doesn't feel as good. He, to me, obviously just needs more center body and more spread. Down low, he's a good pig, and out front, he's a good pig. We just maybe either run out of room or that particular barrel's not feeling too good. The barrel that comes here next is the same way. I thought he was good shape. Needed just a little bit more physical fill right in the center part of his rib cage, and then I want to see him relax and go better behind. We close with a real stout, practical market hog here. I love this guy's shape whenever I'm up on top of him. It's his hind legs and just the way that he uses his hip and hind leg that gets him in trouble comparatively, but still a good pig in the way that he comes presented. Good job to him. Good class as we end the Herfs. Congrats.
And placing to class number 11, first and first Kentucky Proud went to Wyatt Stump. Second went to Shane Howard. Third went to Callahan Tate. Fourth went to Ryland Hager. Fifth and second Kentucky Proud was Mr. Cooper Probst, and sixth was Cooper Probst. Herf Nation, we're now selecting your top 3 Hereford Market Hogs at the 2026 Kentucky State Fair. In contention from class number 10, Jackson Shoemaker, and from class 11, Wyatt Stump. Poland China's Polands, we need you in the makeup ring. There's only one class of Polands, so class 13 spots. Realize there's only one class of Polands.
We've really had some good breed drives. These two boys got a nice pair of Hereford Market Hogs. Let's give them a good round of applause real quick here if you could. Job well done to both the boys. As they vied for champion Hereford, I feel like the pair of barrows are built eerily similar from the profile. I like their build and skeletal quality. One of them just going to come and go with just more sheer mass and comes out of a good class as well. Or to me, just a powerful built barrel underneath with a good quality look to him. Once we get him to drive, man, his feet and legs are still good. Wanting to act a little bit like a Hereford right now, but he's a good pig. Young man's got your champion on the far side. Congrats to him.
And congratulations to Mr. Wyatt Stump driving your champion Hereford Market Hog. Entry 103. That'll bring in Shane Howard in contention for reserve.
A really good gilt there that was second. And again, I don't know if the gilt's just coming into heat again like we've had so many come through. She's more tucked up in her body, maybe not just as massive as what was our class winner, but really a good-looking gilt from the profile. Good in terms of her angles and her build and her squareness of lower skeleton. From the profile, again, elite look to a Hereford female. Young man's got your reserve. Congrats.
And congratulations to entry number 96, Shane Howard, your reserve Hereford Market Hog. That'll bring in Callahan Tate in contention for third overall.
Brings in a nice barrel, and I talked about him just physical, feel-wise, being good. Want to bust him open underneath and just spread his blade a little wider as you get up on top of him. Got really a good-looking little Hereford barrel here that I just felt, again, maybe didn't have just the width of skeleton and bonework of the top pair of them that end up grand and reserve, but a good pig as well. Just in terms of comfort level, his spread is still good enough for a lightweight barrel. That's going to be my third out in the Herfs. Congrats to him.
And your third overall Hereford Market Hog goes to Mr. Jackson Shoemaker. And congratulations to Wyatt and Jackson, your Kentucky Proud champion and reserve. One more time, let's put our hands together for all of our Hereford Market Hog exhibitors. Entering the ring is class number 12, Poland China's looking for 4 entries, Judge. These hogs weigh between 250 and 285 pounds. This is your Poland China breed drive. So we need class 13 spots. You need to be in the makeup ring immediately. Class 13 spots.
Just one class of these Polands, but again, a very good class. All four of these barrows, high quality. I think your champion, again, comes like a monster. He moves incredible. I love his look of quality from the profile out here amongst the Polands. He is so much stouter than the other ones and moves so much better as you work to the backside of his skeleton. Young man, you got the class winner and champion over there for sure. A real good pig. Second to me is a bulky, stout barrow in terms of his mid-body. Got the same kind of feature of my class winner. Doesn't have the height, the shoulder, or look out front, or just as long of a rump as what did my class winner. But man, I love his substance, his squareness of lower joints, and skeletal quality is good. Young lady, you got the second reserve right here in front of me. I thought that was a good pig, man. Just stouter than the rest of them left here, and yet still the ability to move. I'd give him just a little punch right in the middle of his hip. Just elevate him a shade more as I get to the front side of his skeleton. Young lady ends up third and third out in the Polands. That's the best looking one from the side. Really good down his back. A little tight moving on both ends of his framework, and I want to just intensify his bone and foot size, but man, he's real good up high. I like the lightweight bear in this class in terms of his feature. His foundation is big. He has got gargantuanly big hind legs. I just wish he used them better. He was always tight whenever he came to the ring, whenever he drives out here with the four of them. He's the shortest rump, the tightest moving on both ends of his skeleton, but still a well-prepared bear, and his skin and hair comes to us prepared well as well. Just wish him hind legs would work better, and I could move him up. Very good class of Polands. Congrats.
And placings in your Class 12 Polands. First in your champion Poland and champion Kentucky Proud. Went to entry 121, Gage Johnson. Reserve went to Ava Moore. Third overall was Ruby Atchison. Fourth was Kenton Burnett. Entering the ring is Class 13 spots. You got 3 classes of spotted market hogs judge. This first class weight ranges between 235 and 249 pounds. We need Class 14. Class 14, make your way to the makeup ring.
Great way to start off the spots. Really a good top trio of them. And I thought the whole class was good. I'll talk about them as they come out. Our class winner, once I step off to the side, man, he balances so well. The freshest in terms of his front end assembly, his crest and throat. And then you get up on him, watch him go right there away from you. That's the most genuine barrel down his back line in terms of muscle shape for a lightweight spot. And then yet still the widest built one as you step right in behind him. It doesn't come without his faults. Maybe just a little loosen him up a little right in the center of his spine and just rotate his blade back a little further. And I talk about that because I thought those two probably a little easier in their top line. The barrel that ends up in second, I love his feature and foundation. He's a little down on those front feet. And so as you watch him drive out here, he becomes more hesitant relative to the two barrels on either side of him. I still thought he was longer hip, more practical, or just a little cleaner in his body, I should say, than the barrel that ends up here in three. Just good lines and a good silhouette in that pig. He's got to have just a little bit more punch right in the center of his butt. I got to fix his front feet for me to call him a class winner. Lots of horsepower in the barrel that's third. I love his width, the skeleton, as he comes right to me. That's the best chested barrel. He's still a pretty good headed barrel. I mean, I know he's got some chunk around it, but just his ability to get it up and out of his shoulder ride, a good looking barrel to the front side of his skeleton, and a good shaped barrel right in the middle of his back. He's got too much in terms of cover for me. Down low, as you watch him just sway and just swivel there a little bit out of his hind legs, going to get him in trouble as well. I just need more butt in that guy whenever he goes away comparatively to the top pair. But man, still a very good top hog, a very good shaped barrel, and a good pig coming right there to me. I thought this gilt was dense and stout. She got just a little cresty about her front end and her head and neck, a little more pinched in her hem loin hookup. That gilt just didn't quite know where she wanted to set her rear to as those four drove, and so that's where I ended up landing her. I thought this barrel was good looking from the side. Boys drove some nice pigs. Maybe, again, a barrel there that comes with just not quite as fresh of a shape, not quite as opened up as he goes away, but a good silhouette in that particular barrel. I like his build, and so it makes it pretty challenging there. Just wish he had more to him. I thought the gilt was nice looking, need to be softer in her body. I thought her barrel had a lot of muscle, just need to move better. Good job. Great class of spots as we start.
And placings in class number 13 spots. First Kentucky Proud was Mr. Court Flock. Second was Owen Gripsover. Third was Oliver Gripsover. Fourth and second Kentucky Proud was Ruby Atchison. Fifth was Danny Boy the Rot. Sixth was Callahan Tate. Seventh was Harper Triplet. Looking for 4 entries in this class, Judge. These hogs weigh between 269 and 275 pounds. We need class 15 spots. Make your way to the makeup ring. Following that, we'll select your top 3 spotted market hogs.
Well, again, a good group of pigs. I thought all four of these really high-quality market hogs out here, and we got a substantially good class winner in the young man's to win. He's come prepared well and ready to fight in the spots, man. He is stout-headed, big-chested, wide in his blade and round in his body. Very, very stout as you get right in behind him, and yet so good in terms of his build and silhouette from the profile. You can nitpick on him in a couple areas, but I just don't think you can in this particular class, and so we won't. I thought good pig to win this particular class. I like the height, the shoulder, the elevation, and the look out front of the barrel that ends up in second. He's a powerful market hog whenever you step up on top of him. Needs to be square as I get right in behind him, just from where he's going to plant his hind leg out of the base of his hip. So doesn't the other three, and so to me it's a wash. His front end assembly, his width of skeleton coming, and his silhouette from the profile along with muscle shape allows him to stay in the top pair. I wanted to call the gilt just safer whenever she moves. She's more coordinated from the profile than what is the barrel that ends up in two. To step in behind her, she still wants to twist and plant to the outside of her rear foot, get her hock outside of her body, and then from the side doesn't have just the same elevation of front end, throat line, and just width of skeleton as what did the top pair. Young lady, you got a good gilt too, and I like the front 2/3 of him. I think to me, Barrow, sorry. I like the front 2/3 of him, stout-headed and wide build. Behind is what's going to get him in trouble. Got to fix his hocks. He's just a little swollen up there. Doesn't just want to handle with as much comfort. And then from the profile, doesn't maybe balance his top line as good, but simply, again, another good market hog. Congrats to him. Good class. Really, really good class winner.
And placing into class number 14, first went to Nash Wonderlick. Second went to Savannah Moore. She'll be your Kentucky Proud first place. Third and second Kentucky Proud went to Brooke Montgomery. Fourth went to Brooke Montgomery. Looking for 5 entries in this class, Judge. 5 entries in your final class of spots. These hogs will weigh between 282 and 285 pounds. We need Class 16 Tamworths. Class 16 Tamworths. Make your way to the makeup ring.
Oh, great class. And the young man right here in the middle is going to have our class winner. That barrel comes at me with a tremendous amount of horsepower. I get right up on him. He's got the most shape down his back. He's the biggest in his hip, and that's the freshest bodied, just most natural barrel in this particular class. He's got an extra shot of bone to go along with it. He's got a good look to go along with it, too, out here in the ring. And so I thought he needed to win this class, particularly as I get right up on top of him. I appreciate the young lady's ability to drive him good, man. And I like her barrel's comfort level. He's very good in terms of his hock and rear foot. I love the spread of his dew claws. I want spot sows to be built like him right at the surface. He's better in his elbow and front foot than even what is our class winner. He comes with a little chunk right up there in his throat and at the top of his neck, and then whenever I get right up on top of him, not the same kind of power and spread as what does our class winner have. Wide-bodied, stout one here that comes next that got just too tight on both ends of his framework to be competitive with that particular top pair. Good bone, good-footed hog in 4 that needs more shape whenever I get up on him. And this young lady, I drove her back out because that one came in late. That's a good-looking barrel from the side. He just needs more to him all over. Good job. Great class. My compliments to those kids as we close the spots.
And placing to class number 15. First went to Mr. Kaiser Sutton. Second went to Jordan Gosney. Third went to Navy Woosley. Fourth and first Kentucky Proud was Lee Dowell. Fifth was Lily Smith. We're now showing for your top 3 spotted market hogs at the 2026 Kentucky State Fair. In contention from class number 13, Mr. Court Flock. From class 14, Mr. Nash Wunderlich. And from class 15, Kaiser Sutton. Let's put our hands together for all of our spotted market hog exhibitors.
These 3 boys have done a good job. We've had a good purebred barrow show, a good purebred market hog show. Sorry, we've had some good gilts. The barrows have rose to me just in terms of their comfort level out here, and then they're going to put the extras on. Let's give these 3 boys a good round of applause. Job well done to each one of you. Tough job out here whenever they get good. Our Class 1 winner, square build, very comfortable as you watch him work there to the backside of his skeleton. Not the same engine and horsepower of the other 2, but he's the lightweight, and he looks like he should fit there very, very well. Just where you're going to be at in terms of his front end assembly and then just his amount of bulk whenever you get up on top of him. Not the same kind of feature to him. I thought this pair of them right here was real good, and these boys do an incredible job of getting them presented. Our Class 2 winner's a great big bodied barrel, great big featured barrel, and he comes presented to the hills. I absolutely love his body roll and just his spread whenever you get in the center of his body, and his chest floor is good. He's a little down on those fronts, and then I get in behind him for having just, to me, a little flatter shape to his back line. I want to square him up and just make him more genuine right down to the surface. I don't think he's bow-legged. I just think that barrel gets a little narrow right at the ground, like to peel just a pinch of cover off of him. But, man, so good in terms of his build and balance, and so it makes it very, very close here. Our dark-colored barrel comes out with a great big top, a great big chest, a wide-bodied barrel that's so safe and secure behind, but has the most whenever you get right up on top of him. My call on that particular barrel is if his elbow pocket and the front end assembly of that particular barrel is just quite good enough to be absolutely the best one out here. And to me, I watch both of them then come, both of them built a little that way. That one's got more in his chest, that one's got more in his back, and he is a big, wide-built barrel whenever you get in behind him that obviously from the outside looking end is so comfortable. And so I think those three are very, very good. I appreciate you boys, and I appreciate the presentation that you put on them. Your champion came out of Class 3. Congratulations to him.
And your champion spotted market hog goes to entry number 140, Mr. Kaiser Sutton. Good job, Kaiser. That'll drop in Jordan Gosney in contention for the top 3.
I think that was a really good barrel that was second, and he's maybe just pushing a little past 12 there, but again, just built right at the ground. I love his feet. I told you I like Spotted Sal's to be built like him. I know that maybe he's not as bulky and big shape, but boy, I think his skeletal quality, his toes and his feet are very, very good. I love his build and silhouette from the profile. I thought this second barrel that wins Class 2, man, in terms of just bulk of center body, extra denseness of feature, very, very high quality, and he rivals your Class winner, or your Class 3 winner and eventual champion there. I didn't think he was as good right in his throat. I didn't think he was as good off of his front foot, nor did that barrel have as hard of a back, but very, very good pig nonetheless. My second favorite came out of Class 2. Congrats to him.
And your reserve spotted market hog goes to entry number 143, Mr. Nash Wonderlick. Good job, Nash. That'll bring in Savannah Moore's entry 137 in contention for third overall.
Brings in a good pig. I talked about his stance behind and just the way that he plants a little to the outskirts of his body, front 2/3 of him, real good. I like our lightweight. Like I said, in his class, he easily, to me, needs the win based on his build and his comfort and then his extra shape. I don't think that barrel is just nearly as stout as what our heavyweight pig is. I love this guy's feature, foot size, and his ability to get out and reach. Again, like I said, a little past 12, but still a good pig. Right here's my third out. Congrats.
And third overall is entry 129, Miss Jordan Gosney. We're now showing for your Kentucky Proud champion and reserve spots.
You know, our Kentucky Proud Bears roll out here. Market Hogs roll out. Again, my compliments to the show in allowing these kids to do this, get a pig right here in the state of Kentucky and get them presented on these green chips. A great trio of pigs. I'm proud that your champion, Kentucky Proud Barrel, will come right here out of this first class. Man, I thought he was a good pig, and he rivaled those three very, very well. I didn't think he had just the sheer horsepower of them, but still he gets him a piece of something today, and he should. The boy did a good job. Congrats to him.
And Court Phlox driving your Kentucky Proud champion spot. That'll bring in Ruby in contention for reserve.
I thought that gilt was good too, man. That class, whenever you stood right there around him, very good. Felt like, again, maybe just a little crusty about the top side of her neck, and a little more jammed up on both ends, but a stouty that still moves good out of her front end. She's my next favorite in the Kentucky Prouds. Congrats.
In your reserve Kentucky Proud spot is entry 126, Miss Ruby Atchison. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our spotted market hog exhibitors. Hog Barn, Miles Tenius, do you know what time it is? It's Tam time, folks. Swing the gates. Class 16 Tamworth's looking for 5 entries, weighing between 220 and 285 pounds. We need Class 17 Yorkshires, Class 17 Yorks. You need to be making your way to the makeup ring immediately. Crossbred exhibitors, we're showing Tamworths, 2 classes of Yorks, and then it's crossbreds. We're not taking a break between pures and crosses.
Very good class of Tamworth. If you would, let's give all 5 of these exhibitors a good round of applause. Job well done. That's 5 pretty good TAMs at the State Fair, and to me, the top 3 end up rising based on the way that they come built to me. And then to me, like I said, I want to make them built right at the ground and then put the extras on there after. I felt like then it became a top pair. Very, very good trio of these particular market hogs out here. To me, the one whenever they come out of the gate, as I just simply talk about memorable looks and just feature stoutness of skeleton and broadness of skeleton, one of them comes very good, and then again, so does another one. It maybe doesn't just have just the amount of foot size and bone work right there at the ground of another. But I think, to me, a very, very good pair of them, in my opinion, as these particular barrows drive, and you just talk about muscularity and weight and just bulk and mass and then length of hip and the way that they can get comfortable right at the ground. Young man's going to have your class winner right here in champion. Now, he needs a shot of bone. I mean, whenever I come right to him and just talk about memorable characteristics, the barrel that ends up going to be my second place in reserve is a very good pig nonetheless in terms of skull and bone and foot size. I always wondered what that barrel's front end would do, and as I come to the microphone, obviously gets tight. I didn't try to drive him too long. I thought that barrel's length of rump always needed to be better. You're going to watch him just stab and get just a little too hard right at the ground, but boy, an absolute stouty. I do love the silhouette of the barrel that ends up here in 3. Light-heighted barrel, but to me, whenever you just break him down, his front end assembly just right out in the head of his blade, a little neater crested than the barrel that's in 2 here in reserve, and just a little, to me, longer about his upper hip. As I watch him drive, he'll want to poke up right in the middle of his back, pushing his blade forward. Doesn't have the same width of chest or just forearm and stoutness of hind leg as what did the top pair, but that's a good barrel nonetheless in terms of his front end, fresh in his muscle and big in terms of his hip as you get right there in behind him. The barrel that comes in 4, I told that young lady, I love that pig from the side. If we didn't have to drive him right to us, and I think that barrel makes it to the upper end of this particular class based on his height, the shoulder, and his balance and lines, but he's got to be bigger right there in the floor of his chest, bigger in his arm, and just have a little more to him. The barrel that comes here next, again, very quality, lightweight Tamworth barrel, gets kind of swallowed up just in terms of sheer volume of power, muscle mass, and bone work, but a good pig as well. Great job to him. My compliments. Great top pair of Tamworths where feet and legs soared. Congrats to him.
Tam time, placings in class number 16. First in your champion Tamworth goes to entry 150, Ryland Hager. Reserve in your Kentucky Proud champion went to entry 156, Preston Zinner. Third went to Gage Johnson. Fourth in your reserve Kentucky Proud Tamworth went to entry 153, Elena Jones. And fifth was Jackson Shoemaker. Congratulations. 2 classes of Yorkshires, Judge. 2 classes of Yorkshires. Looking for 3 entries in class number 17. These hogs weigh between 220 and 254 pounds. We need class 18. 1-8. Class 18. You need to be making your way to the makeup ring. Following that, we'll select your top 3 Yorkshires. Crossbred exhibitors. Class 19. This is your first call. Class 19. This is your first call.
Solid class of these lightweight Yorkshires. The young man's going to win this particular class again, just based on right at the ground. The widest built, biggest footed one there. Got some feature to go along with it. And then just up above her foundation, good look of quality out ahead of her blade. The squarest build whenever you get right in behind him. A little too jammed up for me, a little more mature about her front end. But again, I just thought in this particular class she needed to win and do it pretty quick. The gilt that ends up in second, I feel like she follows the kind of what is our class winner. Maybe not as dense, but good-headed and really flexible. I like her length of body and length of rump just as good. That gilt gets just a little outside of herself, stepping in behind her, a little too flat on her front feet. Bear that ends up here in third, good looking from the side, just needs more muscle and width, the skeleton there to be competitive with the top pair. Good job.
And placings in class number 17. First went to Case Compton, second to Preston Center, third to Jackson Shoemaker. Congratulations. 6 entries in class number 18, Judge. These hogs weigh between 272 and 285 pounds. Following this, we'll select your top 3 Yorkshires. So crossbred exhibitors, class 19 crossbreds. You need to make your way to the makeup ring. Final call, class 19 crossbreds.
a good class of these Yorkshire Market Hogs. A young man's going to have my class winner there, and the critics can get hard on him. Maybe not just the tightest looking right in the base of his throat or around his neck, but again, just talking about the fundamentals of correctness of skeleton, his ability to reach and become mobile with that kind of rear feature and foot size. I like a good deal. I got to spread him wider coming right there at me. Obviously need to clean him up right ahead of his shoulder blade, but I don't know another one in here. I didn't see another one in here any wider than what he is coming and going and have just a little tidier look that had his kind of bulk, his kind of mass of center body, his extra feature, and his ability to get out and crawl the ring and do it with comfort. The bear that ends up here in second, good looking from the side. I love his height, the shoulder, like his lines a lot. Whenever I get up on top of him, I hope we could agree, just needs some more muscle. And then watching him go right there away, the same thing. But he's so good looking from the side. I just figure he's a pig that you always come to and just wish that he had just a little bit more. And if the judge calls him having enough, he can always get to the top end. Fortunately for him, in this particular class, he was built a little better than the rest, and so it keeps him in the top pair. I love the muscle mass of the bear that ends up in third. Big top, really thick-ended. He's the most pushy up front. You're just going to watch him playing his front end pretty hard. Doesn't have just the same look and outline about his crest and throat. Front foot there just needs to be reassembled comparatively. But again, four-rib back, lots of horsepower, really a husky-built Yorkshire bear there. Thought this was a good-looking guy from the profile. Big step in there behind. Good shape in his lower hip. Looks like, again, I don't know if we've ran out of just time or just ran out to whenever we get starting to talk about getting back here to the scale, ran out a little bit of room, or he just did not feeling good as well. But that pig just needs more center body, needs to be physically fuller and fresher, and then I want to rotate his shoulder blade a little further back on him. Got a big back, big-ended bear that comes here next. I wish he had just a shot more bone there underneath it. Hard to get a look at him. That pig always got to be a struggle to drive, tightened up too much to both ends of his skeleton, but I really like his power and muscle mass, and we close with a good pig as well. Good looking from the side, needs to be better on his front feet and just a little wider and stouter. Good job to him. Nice class as we end the Yorks.
Placings in class number 18. First went to Hayden Atchers, and he was your first Kentucky Proud. Second was Chance Hager. Third went to Kinley French. Fourth to Rylan Hager. Fifth to Navy Woosley. Sixth and second Kentucky Proud to Emery Burnett. We're now showing for your champion reserve champion Yorkshires in contention from class number 1, Case Compton, and class 17, Case Compton, and class 18, Hayden Atcher.
Get our pair of Yorkshires back out here. Let's give these boys a nice round of applause. Job well done once again to them. These two boys have drove some nice pigs today, and I appreciate them for it, just in terms of getting them presented right, breaking down hogs and just the fundamentals to me. Again, as I look at Class 1, I told you I felt like her length of body and her maturity of front end doesn't maybe just suit me the best, and I don't know that she doesn't maybe, she's got the outline pieces. She's tall-fronted, and she's got the big bones there behind, and if you like the hair, then she's got that. She is way too jammed up for me personally, and her head looks like it could fit on a heavyweight. And so I don't know where you're going to settle in on her. She's got some quality, and I don't want to get too hard on her, but she's a little much for me, to be honest with you. I know the bear that ends up winning Class 2 isn't the prettiest fronted, and I'd make him just a little wider build, but talking about the fundamentals of good Yorkshires, hip and hind leg assembly, toe spread and foot size, body composition, and the ability, that barrow's ability to go behind. Again, good show barrow. Looks like he'd maybe have some good mate gilts to him at home, and I appreciate his kind. That young man's got your champion Yorkshire on the far side. Congratulations to him.
And your grand champion Yorkshire Market Hog goes to entry 159, Mr. Hayden Atcher. He'll be your Kentucky Proud champion as well. That'll bring in Chance Hager in contention for reserve.
It brings in a good barrel, man, and I always wanted to give him more muscle whenever I stepped right up on top of him, but his base width is good. That barrow's awesome in terms of his feet and legs, and again, a quality-looking market hog out of his front end. He needs a shot of muscle, but again, simply put, I like his skeletal length and height just a pinch better. He's a strong-built barrel right there at the surface. He's my next favorite. Congrats to him.
Your reserve Yorkshire goes to entry 163, Chance Hager. That'll bring in Kinley French in contention for third overall.
Brings in the barrel that was third in that class, and I thought, again, just talking the basics of practicality, muscle shape and with the skeleton out here, a barrel that's big in terms of his hip, right in terms of his top line. He's got just a little bulk right there at the top of his neck, and I thought he'd push out of his front end. But again, this height and skeletal length and length of rump and his ability to step, I thought really good. A genuine market hog that's maybe not painted up and just as hairy as the other one is, if you talk about that. But just, again, a genuine built, wide skeleton, good shaped hog, and I love whenever he goes right there away from me. If I could fix his front end, I think he might be just as good as any of them. But up front, he needs to be just a little less hesitant. I still think he's a very good pig. My third out right there. Congrats.
And your third overall Yorkshire is entry 162, Kenley French. We still need to select a reserve Kentucky Proud Yorkshire. Wyatt Arnett. Wyatt Arnett. You need to be in the makeup ring immediately. Wyatt Arnett.
Brings in a nice barrel. I talked about his length and height, and just again, need to just open him up and make him a little bulkier. Again, young man's, I love the stoutness of feature and foot size there. Gets just a little more upright up front, little too jammed up for me and just compact in her frame, but still can appreciate the quality of what she comes presented to us. And boy's done a nice job. She's for sure reserve. Congrats.
Your reserve, Kentucky Prouds, entry 161, Case Compton. Let's put our hands together for all of our Yorkshire Market Hog exhibitors. Hog Barn, I have an announcement. At the ham breakfast this morning, Kelly and Joe Kraft and Central Bank were the winning bidder of your country ham with a combined bid of $10 million. Wow. Put your hands together for that. Just a friendly reminder, if you have any scratches throughout the day, please go tell the makeup ring crew. Please go tell the makeup ring crew so they know to not wait on you. Take a quick second. Recognize the individuals helping take pictures and all the things for this week. Next Level Imaging is here. They're taking pictures of all your precious moments throughout the Kentucky State Fair, in the ring, around the barn. Feel free to go online to their website and download any of those pictures you may see. Ringside Live is here, live streaming all of our shows throughout the week. If you have a loved one who couldn't make it up to Louisville and you'd like to send them the link, go to ringsidelive.co or go online to YouTube, look up Ringside Live and find the show and send it to them. one more time, put your hands together for those individuals. It takes a village to be able to make this thing as big and special for the kids as possible. We appreciate them doing so. It's crossbred time, folks. Swing the gates. Let's get started. Getting started with your lightweight crossbreds in class number 19. Judge, these hogs weigh between 220 and 230 pounds. Looking for 11 entries. 11 entries in class 19. We need class 20. Class 20, make your way to the makeup ring. Final call, Class 20. Final call, Class 20 crossbreds. Make your way to the makeup ring, please.
Man, what a good class. As we start off our crossbred division, to me, 5, 6, 7 of them real good at the top in this particular class. Kentucky State Fair, nonetheless, has been a tremendous amount of good through our breeds, and excited to get into our crossbreds. To me, the barrow that I start with just fundamentally hits me the best right at the ground. He's the best toed. He's the widest in terms of his dew claw. I love the spread of his toes, and then just the barrow's ability to get out here and reach. I don't know that he's got the extras of what the other two does, but he looks like a perfect little lightweight barrow in terms of his width of skeleton, his length of hip, his foot size, and his ability to go and yet still keep it wide and square and true on both ends of his framework. I thought was easily the best in this particular class. A really neat pig to win this particular lineup. To me, 2 and 3 is where I spent the most time, and I think those barrows look eerily similar from the profile in terms of height of shoulder, their look out front, and their extra denseness of forearm and hind leg feature. The barrow that I put in second, whenever I step right up on top of him, he's wider and rounder about his body, bigger in terms of his center hip, and the barrow's just square whenever you get into his right rear, taking him right down to the ground. Then as they turn and come to me, again, I make the call that he's just better chested and square in his knee. For him to be a class winner, I want to lengthen his rump, level him there just a shade, but most specifically, I just want to make him a bit more coordinated as I work him right there to the surface. Barrow that ends up in third from the side, man, he's got a killer look about him. I love his height of shoulder, and he's the most extreme out there ahead of his blade. Big shape into his forearm. I like the size and substance of his hind leg. Whenever I get up on him, he's flatter in his body than the top three. I get in front of him, he's a little narrower at his knee. My biggest criticism is the way that barrow moves behind. Right now, where we're at, I want to make sure that barrow stays more in line with his skeleton. He pushes and plants too hard off of his right rear, gets his hind legs just too far to the outskirts of his body. 9 times out of 10, a pair of lightweights like they come in 4 and 5 here could be to the upper end. but we fell in a real good class. This barrow's got a quality look and assembly about his skeleton, not near the bone in muscle shape of the top three, but a good built one right there at the surface. I love the dark hide and just the pigment of this particular barrow. He's a good-headed hog. I love his feature to his jaw, wide in his ear and big in terms of his hip. Gets a kicking too far to the outskirts of his framework for me. Just too often times that I see that barrow not want to balance up from the side and then get his hind legs just too kicky as I stepped in behind him. I thought that one was really neat looking out there through his throat line, and he got a big shape up front there in terms of his width of skeleton. He's good. Big shape right in behind his shoulder. Little too fragile, and to me it's correlated by a longer, narrower face. You get down into his forearm and hind leg, not near the substance. I talked to these kids about what I'd change to. I thought that was a great class. My compliments to your kids. As we start the crosses, we did it real well. Let's give them a good round of applause. Congrats.
Entering the ring is class number 20. Looking for 9 entries. Judge, these hogs weigh between 231 and 249 pounds. And placings in class number 19. First went to Brooks Evans. Second and first Kentucky was Woods Wonderlick. Third and second Kentucky Proud was Amelia Gripsover. Fourth was Josie Hopper. Fifth, Court Flock. Sixth, Lila Mann. Seventh, Holland Hobbs. Eighth, Miles Sane. Ninth, Tara Baker. 10th, Kenton Johnson. 11th, Jackson Shoemaker. We need Class 21. Class 21, please make your way to the makeup ring.
Well, tough class, lots of good, and I wish I could take these three barrels and just put them together and make an easy class winner. I am without a doubt the most comfortable in my class winner. As I step to the profile of them, that's the barrel that's the tallest at the point of his shoulder, the longest in terms of his rump. You get right up on top of him, big back, thick-ended, and wide-bodied, still fresh and immature in terms of his presentation. He's not the heaviest duty barrel. I don't know that, again, you talk about that, just foot size and bone work. You could square him just a shade as he goes away, but I think those are all small things in this particular class. The bear that ends up in second, again, just kind of no holes, no big wow factor. There's a little more muscle and bone in 3, but I preferred the front side of this bear's skeleton better. Just the way that he handled his front end, and he came at me just more true from knee down, and the barrel there, that's still, again, a good silhouette from the profile. He's longer in his hip than the barrel that ends up here in 3 as well. To be a class winner, he needs more punch in the base of his hip, needs more shape whenever you get right there on top of him, and just a shot of bone to go along there with it. There's big things I love about the bear that's in 3rd. His head is the best for me. His hind leg is the stoutest, and I like the usage of it whenever I get to the profile of him and just watch him work there. Coming out of the gate in very critical view for me. He's got to be better from his knee to his front foot. His height of shoulder then as a result just runs downhill. His length of upper hip, I want to level and just square a pinch, but again, big features down low, and so it makes that top trio close. I like this barrel a bunch from the side. I told him as I put him to the pin, I just got to square his hind legs up going, and I want to make him more correct in his step as he reaches and goes from the profile. The young man's that end up 4-5 in this particular class. Big featured barrel, a little busted up right in behind his sheath, not just as high and tight about his front end, not just as hard backed whenever you get up on him, but still a good pig. And I talked to those kids about what I changed. A great class. My compliments to them all.
Placings in class number 20 crossbreds. First Kentucky Proud was Ruby Atchison. Second Kentucky Proud was Mally Sipes. Third was Mally Sipes. Fourth was Tanner Eisen. Fifth to Chance Hager. Sixth Andrew Stith. Seventh to Bailey Pig. Eighth to Piper Fell. Ninth to Jackson Shoemaker. Looking for 9 entries in class 21, Judge. These hogs weigh between 252 257 pounds. Following this class, we'll select your top 3 lightweight crossbred market hogs. So all of those first, second, and thirds, we'll need you back in the makeup ring to select your top 3 lightweights.
Real nice pair of them at the top end of this particular class. And I thought just in terms of build and comfort level, these two needed to rise. The Blue Barrel that starts this particular class just stays more comfortable as we let him go and an easier drive in there, Showman. It just allows that barrel to stay and maintain his rear skeleton just a pinch better. I like the barrel's look and I like his shape whenever I get right up on top of him. He doesn't come without his faults. In a critical view again, I got to just fix his front foot. The way that he comes right there to me, I want to just square him just a shade as I step right there and behind, and that's what I like about this Gilt that ends up in second. Her head quality, her front foot, and her squareness of build coming. Very, very good pig. She's good whenever you get in behind her, but the longer we went, the more hesitant that Gilt would come in her upper hip, wanting to sway and swivel and swing them just a little hard. Not the same balance, a top line from the side, but elite looking up front, really a good-bodied Gilt. I wanted to use her so many times, but as we got hard on the drive, that Gilt started to struggle just a bit more behind. The barrel that ends up in third, initially I just wanted him to come out, go to the bathroom, and just go. And then that barrel finally does that. I get him to the top three because of his look out front. His head quality is the best for me. I love the shape in his hip whenever I get right in behind him. His forearm doesn't match just the size of his hip, the center of his body roll, and just his muscle shape. Whenever I get right up on top of him, I read him a little more rotated upright in his front end. Not just the same kind of foundation of the other two, but again, reach and stability behind, shape of hip and shape of muscle and head quality. He's got to stay in the top three. The one that comes here next, again, moderate, good-bodied barrel, gets just a little down on his fronts and just doesn't want to get out here and drive like those other three, just to get his head up and go. And doesn't have just the same kind of feature right there up front in terms of his look, his crest, and down into his throat. Again, a big shape barrel, leaving a good hip barrel, a big-bodied barrel. Just need to handle his front end more correctly. I talked to these kids about what I changed. Again, a great class, and that'll finalize our Division I. Let's give these kids a good round of applause if you could.
And placings in class number 21, crossbreds. First went to Bristol Hopkins. Second went to Andrew Stith. Third to Miss Ella Stone. Fourth to Chance Hager. Fifth and first Kentucky Proud went to Michaela Pike. Sixth went to Holland Hobbs. Seventh went to Miss Josie Hopper. Eighth and second Kentucky Proud was Amelia Gripsover. Ninth was Kate Fisher. We're now selecting your champion reserve and third overall lightweight crossbred market hogs. In contention from class number 19, we have Mr. Brooks Evans. From class 20, Ruby Atchison. And from class 21, Miss Bristol Hopkins. We need class 22. Class 22, please make your way to the makeup ring. Class 22. Just a friendly reminder to all of our purebred champion reserves and third overalls. You need to open those packets as soon as possible and fill out that QR code. If you are a breed champion, reserve, or third overall, you need to fill out that QR code as soon as possible. To our Kentucky Proud breed champions and reserves. We will be doing a silent selection of our Kentucky Proud market hogs at the conclusion of our crossbreds.
We got three real good pigs that drop out, divide for your contention of your champion lightweight market hog in the crossbreds at the Kentucky State Fair. Job well done to you three. Not an easy challenge to get here, not an easy feat to do it. And so I'd ask you if you could, let's put our hands together for them and show our appreciation. Job well done. And as you stand around ringside, you can pick them however the way that you like them. And I told you early, and I will tell you one more time as I come to the microphone. I do it today as the show judge, but we do this every single day of our lives and enjoy it. And you don't have to like the same things that I do, but I'm going to describe them to you as good as I possibly can. You break them down the way that you want to. Cuss and discuss them, but these are the best built ones. These are the neat looking ones. And of the trio of them, one of them carries the feature of one of them has the look of another, and then fortunately for him, does it the easiest in terms of his step. I'm not saying he's perfect, but in the lightweight division, he's got the muscularity I want, he's got the reach and substance that I want, and he is without a doubt the most confident. Young lady's got your champ in D1. Congrats to her.
And your grand champion lightweight crossbred comes from class number 21, entry 245, Miss Bristol Hopkins. That drops in Andrew Stith in contention for reserve.
Brings in that gilt that was second in that particular class. I talked about her outline look, man, and I love her squareness of build, her ability to step and reach and get comfortable there behind. It comes out and does such a better job of that. I thought to me whenever nerves got high, boy, got maybe just a little hard on her, and it's not his fault. You get to the top end of a good show like that, you want to secure yourself a class win, and I understand it. It maybe wore her out just a little bit behind. Front two-thirds of her impeccable, longer stepping than one, square built than another one. I thought that pair was dang good in that class. It was close. I'm going to keep them together. Young man's got your reserve D1.
Your reserve lightweight crossbred market hog goes to entry 296 from class 21, Mr. Andrew Stith. That drops in Ella Stone in contention for third overall.
Brings in a good bear that was third in that class. I talked about just his squareness of build, man, how genuine that bear is at the top of his blade, down his back line to his pin set and hock and rear foot. A bear there that just has a beautiful silhouette about him. I don't have to make just a lot of excuses. In my opinion of that particular class, those things weren't near, or he wasn't nearly just as stout right there at the ground in terms of ankle as what was those particular barrows that ended up, or barrow and a gilt that end up in 1 and 2. My call is that barrow got enough in terms of just chest and forearm? Does that barrow just square good enough? Our class 1 winner I thought was elitely good. Whenever he came out in that particular class, there's a little activity that again that's making that barrow maybe wanting to just fire up and step to the outskirts of his body plenty hard. Whenever you get out and in behind him here in this particular class or in this particular ring, I thought there were some good seconds as well to him. He still, in my opinion, need to win that particular class based on his ability to get out there and reach. And now, obviously, his activity has fired him up and got him just a little wonky in the way that he moves. And so I think it's very, very close. Do you side in the advantage of just muscle and with the skeleton and bulk in this guy? Do you go back and just talk about the Class 3 and just how complete that particular bear is? Again, I'm going to be real honest with you. Obviously, his paint job isn't for everybody. It's not for me either. But again, just breaking down quality market hogs. I love his step. I love his reach, his length of rump. His head quality is incredibly good, and he is no doubt the best in terms of squareness. So I think it gets very close. You can do what you want to, in my opinion, as we watch him come and just get the profile in terms of balance. I thought that class was dang good. I'll keep all three of them together. Young lady's got your third out. Congrats.
Your third overall lightweight, also from class 21, Miss Ella Stone. Congratulations, Ella. Entry 299. Let's put our hands together for all of our lightweight crossbred market hog exhibitors. We still need to select our Kentucky Proud
We're going to select for your champion and reserve Kentucky Proud again. Get out of a really good division there. I will always keep it right in terms of build and then put the extras on there. And I'm very comfortable, in my opinion, as those things go out. There was no doubt in my mind that as we watched them work, those are the three best ones within that particular division for this guy, maybe not for you. And so I'm comfortable with that because, like I said, we enjoy doing it and we want pigs to be built good, and we'll put the extras. We get these three back out here. Obviously, we had a class winner, a second place, and maybe a fourth or fifth place guild. We won't even take that into consideration. I think that these right here are very good pigs nonetheless, and I'm proud of Kentucky for building them right and keeping them this stout. I like our class one winner in terms of just his extra bulk, his head carriage, and his front end assembly. I talked about his length of rump and just his step behind coming just a little bit more uncoordinated. I love this Sparrow's height, the shoulder and front end presence. Great big back. He narrowed a little to the ground, needed just a shot of bone, but boy, I thought he was close in there too. He's going to be my champion, Kentucky Proud. Congrats to her.
Your champion, Kentucky Proud lightweight, goes to entry 190, Miss Ruby Atchison. Congratulations, Ruby.
Brings in a great looking barrel here from the side. I want to shape him a little harder in the rear of his loin, put a little more punch in his hip and feature right there at the ground. My second favorite again. It came out of a good class, and where I thought the stability of our class winner was good in class, he came back out, ran it just a little hard, and so it didn't allow him to maybe function just as appropriately as he once did. But again, beat a good pair of them in that particular class where he was just square. I love this Sparrow's fundamentals. I want to loosen him up, driving there behind, but outside of that, a really good pig. He's my next favorite. Congrats.
And your reserve, Kentucky Proud lightweights, entry 316, Woods Wonderlick. Let's put our hands together for those Kentucky Proud Market Hog exhibitors. It's time for your middleweights. Time for your middleweights. Entering the ring is class number 22. Looking for 11 entries. Judge, these hogs weigh between 258 and 264 pounds. We need class 23. Class 23, please make your way to the makeup ring.
Great class and an elite class winner for sure. Whenever they poke their head out of the gate, his head carriage and elevation to his front end, width of body and forerib and shape behind his blade, absolutely spectacular in this particular class. He's better at his crest and throat line and bigger and more natural in terms of his arm and the size of his hind leg comparatively to the barrow that ends up there in two. Beautiful back barrel whenever you get up on top of him. That barrel ought to lengthen his hip just a shade. I obviously want to make him drive a different gear there. I don't know that his front foot's going to let him do it, though. He's just a little ouchy there. It doesn't allow that barrel to just maybe take off and go as quick and comfy there as you'd want to see him. But, boy, whenever you're just breaking him down, there is without a doubt a class winner that has to happen in terms of his head, his back, his spread, and his extra feature. Spent a little time from there, but I thought the Calico barrel for sure, whenever I got right up on their back and watched them go away, without question, the big spread in him. And I love his shape to his loin. I get in behind him from pin hock to rear foot, stabilizes and goes square enough. His front end and his blade's going to lay a little forward, jamming his neck a little tight up there to his shoulder blade. Doesn't have the same elevation and look and forearm as what does my class winner, but from forerib back, lots of horsepower and a useful hind leg to have that kind of muscularity. He's got to stay in the top pair for me. The one that ends up there in three, a stout-headed, big arm barrel, and he comes at me good. He's just a little flatter and just a little drier about the center part of his body, back into his hip or back into his flank. I watch those three drive right away. That barrel's the most inconsistent from pin down to the ground, and just the way he's going to plant them. Want to just change the crest of his neck. Barrel's got a little more mature front end about him. Young ladies that comes here in five again, obviously presented very well. Hide and hair, bone, and just foot size is good on that barrel, and just his center body feel. He's too tight in his loin. It just makes him duck and round in his hip. Not the same look and elevation out of his front end. I can never get that barrel just to level out and go right as I got off to the side of him. I thought the Calico barrel was good. I loved him coming at me. I could never get a look at him. Once we finally did, we get him off and get him to the profile and get him to drive. Big featured barrel. His arm is huge. His hind leg is stout. He's a little blown up right there and behind his sheath. And then whenever I got up on top of him, I thought he was the most bland about the shape of his top line. I just wanted to see him get out and use him just a little more comfortably, but a very good pig nonetheless. I talked to these kids down the lineup too. This is a really good class. That's a good barrel. His hip and hind leg has to be more comfy as he goes. And then down the lineup again, like I said, I talked to him. A good class there. I thought a very, very good class winner. Maybe again, we could fix his front foot a shade. We could do a little to each one of them. And so I thought he was easy there. Congrats.
And placing in class number 22, crossbreds. First went to Mr. Nash Wunderlich. Second went to Kennedy Evans. Third went to Holland Hobbs. Fourth and first Kentucky Proud was Miss Ava Jackson. Fifth and second Kentucky Proud was Chance Hager. Sixth was Case Compton. Seventh went to Barry Gifford. Eighth, Hayden Natcher. Ninth, Rylan Hager. 10th, Michaela Massey. 11th, Tara Baker. 11 entries in Class 23, Judge. These hogs weigh between 265 and 269 pounds. We need Class 24. Class 24, you need to be making your way to the makeup ring. Following 24, we'll select your top three middleweights. The following gilt exhibitors need to turn in their information that was in their packets as soon as possible. Mally Sipes, Braden Howard, and Oliver Gripsover. Open those packets, fill out those QR codes as soon as possible so they can get your information in the script made for the grand drive tonight. Final call, Class 24. Final call, Class 24. Make your way to the makeup ring immediately.
A great class. Again, just breaks down to the fundamentals, and the Blue Barrel's built the best. And then, fortunately for him, up above his foundation, there's a barrel with a big ankle, a big, stout kind of a forearm in him. I love his look of qualities. I step to the profile, and I prefer his frame size and length of body the best of the group of them. Now, once I get up on him, I wish he had just a little more turn to his body. He's a little more upright in the way that his rib cage is designed in him. I think, to me, though, it's still a very good silhouette. Plenty of shape there, very good in terms of his hip. His height of shoulder, length of rump, and his ability to step with comfort is what allows him to be my class winner. The belted gilt comes at me stouter headed. I love her blade width, the roll to her center body and forerib, how it facilitates for that kind of spread that he's got laid up, or she's got laid up high. From the profile, she runs downhill as a result of a flatter front foot. She doesn't have the same length of rump and just balance from the side as what does my class winner, but a bulky, stout one right there, good in terms of her rib cage, and I love her spread. The barrel that ends up in third, big muscled hog. I really like whenever I get up on top of him, work him out of the back of his shoulder, one of the more genuine barrows in terms of the way that he comes rolled up to us, wide build as you get in behind him. Starting to kick his hind legs around there, and he's got a little puff right there behind his sheath. I'd like to clean up, and just watching him move, I didn't think he was nearly as comfortable as that top pair, but man, he's very good in shape. He's very good in terms of look, and he comes presented to us well. He got a little tight as those three drove. The bear that comes in four, I love his head carriage and just his height up front and his ability to go, plant, push, and reach with athleticism. Barrow's got to be bigger in his arm, wider in his build, and just bulkier whenever I get right up there next to him. Young ladies barrel comes out moderate stouty. His front feet are going to get him in trouble. As he drives out here, he gets just more hesitant on both ends because he slows down as you get up in front of him. Calico gilt's got a lot of shape. That girl did a good job of presenting that gilt, and I appreciate her for it. I love the gilt's width up front. Once she gets it going, she just doesn't know quite where she wants to set them. Gets us a little out of bounds where each one of her feet and legs want to set. Got to make her more coordinated, long-bodied, good-looking barrel up front that needs more engine, just in terms of center body and just physical feel. That gilt comes a little flatter, a little wider behind it, and then again, just build will sort the other three. Great job to him, a good class once again. I thought a quality top trio. Congrats.
And placing to class number 23, middleweight crossbred market hogs. First Kentucky Proud went to Oliver Gripsover. Second Kentucky Proud went to Mackenzie Dunhoft. Third went to Mr. Ethan Hall. Fourth, Bristol Hopkins. Fifth, Ashlyn Tingle. Sixth, Leah Toomey. Seventh, Alexa Becraft. 8th, Preston Zinner. 9th, Blaine Smith. 10th, Jack Shepard. 11th, Reed Robinette. 10 entries in your last class of middleweights, Judge. 10 entries in class 24. These hogs will weigh between 270 and 278 pounds. Following this, we'll select your top 3 middleweight crossbred market hogs. We need class 25. First call, class 25. Another friendly reminder, if you received a packet for being a breed champion, reserve, or third overall in our gilt show or our market hog show, you need to fill out the information in those packets immediately. If you are a breed champion, reserve, or third overall in the gilts or in the market hogs, you need to fill that information out and get that submitted immediately, please. Friendly reminder, please make sure that you wear a back tag and it's the correct number, please.
Awesome class here as we end Division 2 of these crossbred market hogs. Again, my compliments to all three young people to get to the top end of this particular class. Young man's that wins this particular class, so once we just get off and watch him go, there's the barrel that's got the height, the shoulder, and the strength, the spine, the length, the hip, and the foot size behind it. I always seek and to get to in each one of these particular classes. I love the barrel silhouette and just his flexibility there as you watch him work behind. I don't don't feel like either one of the barrows that end up first and second are the biggest coming at you, but I felt like he was the best one coming right to me. Where his blade lays on his forerib and just squareness of knee and front foot, that barrow is just so much more genuine right to the base of his skeleton. This guy's got a beautiful running gear. I like watching him move from the side, big topped and a wide-bodied, big hip barrow. He's got a great big hind leg underneath him there as well. As he drives right to me comparatively to the barrow that ends up winning this class or even just alone, I just got to open him up right there in the base of his chest floor from there down to the surface and just give him a little bulkier look coming as he has that going. I just wish he had the same kind of look as he came to me. I want to clean him up just a little right there in the base of his body as well. Got just a little bit of jiggle to the rear part of his underline, just maybe showing a little excess fat there in maturity. The barrow that ends up in third, I love his shape. He's too kneed in where his knee's going to set relative to the floor of his chest and the base of the ground. This particular barrow needs to be better from that aspect, but good shape whenever you're up on him. Long step in there behind, need to stay in the top three. I thought the barrow in 4 has quality. I don't know, again, that maybe he's just starting to push a little past his prime. I know we're still in the middle weights, but just studying his head right there in his crest as well, and then as you watch him go away, just the widest part of that barrow is right there at his forehead and his shoulder blade. He's got to have more. As I stepped right in behind him, just stouting him up at the ground and bulk him up right in the center part of his body. I talked to these kids. I thought this gilt was good from the side. I wish her hind legs were square. Whenever I got right in behind her, it's quite a bit of width there, and I just want to make her more confident where she sets them. A good set of them all the way through. My compliments to those kids. Another very good class winner. Congratulations to each one of them.
And placing the class number 24 middleweights. First went to Brooks Evans. Second and first Kentucky Proud was Miss Allie Arnold. Third went to Lila Mann. Fourth to Ella Stone. Fifth went to Barry Gifford. Sixth was Zoe Ingram. Seventh and second Kentucky Proud was Kaiser Sutton. Eighth, Preston Zinner. Ninth, Eli Sane. 10th, Jackson Shoemaker. We're now selecting your grand champion, reserve, and third overall middleweight crossbred market hogs. In contention from class number 21, entry 240, from class 22, entry 312, Nash Wunderlich. From class 23, entry 224, Oliver Gripsover. And from class 24, entry 205, Brooks Evans. We need class 25 heavyweights. Class 25 crossbred heavyweights. Make your way to the makeup ring.
We got a great trio of barrows out here and some good boys driving them. Let's give them a good round of applause if you could, real quick. I thought each one of our class winners in Division II here, you could get nitpicky on it, and I'm just being upfront with you. I think our Class 1 winner is, to me, an absolute stouty. He's got a good build to his hind leg. Again, like I talked about, the flatness of his front foot probably just slows the pace of that barrel down just a pinch. But, man, his angle still up front, his head carriage, his bulk of body, forerib and center body spread. And then whenever you're right in behind him, I think that barrel is so good and square, and where he's going to plant his hind leg, I'd make his front foot just a little less hesitant, but I'm sure that they would as well. The blue barrel, then, he comes and he's got so much good about him just from the side. I love his build and outline. That barrow's height, the shoulder represents me well, and I love his length, the rump, and his tail head where it sets up on top of a big hip. That barrow's the flattest, the most upright in the shape of his body. He's then the narrowest to the base of his skeleton as he comes right there to me of the group of them, but still a very, very good pig nonetheless. We close in Class 3, and I think that's a good pig. I like his feet, and I like his stoutness of rear structure. He's a big hip barrow. He's a quality-headed barrow. Heat, too, maybe just a little down up front. I questioned him in class, but I thought he was still good enough in that particular regard in his chest floor from knee down to front foot, and where he would settle in as we get these three back out here. He's right there, and so I love him from mid-body back. I think it's really, really close out here amongst the group of them, but one of them, to me, has the look, an elevation of one, the feature of another one, and like I said, I still love the pig. I know he's a little slow paced, but man, he's darn sure good. Class 1 out of this division is your champ. Congrats to him.
And your champion middleweight goes to entry 312 from class 22, Nash Wunderlich. Good job, Nash. That brings in entry 207, Miss Kennedy Evans in contention.
Brings out a good calico bear, and I told you I thought he tucked and ducked his neck a little deep in his shoulder. Doesn't just get out of his front end with as much reach there. Again, the one that pushed our champion the hardest didn't come at me as big. Both of them a little flat up front. This guy's length of hip, levelness of rear skeleton, and just levelness of backline I thought was really good as well. Young man's got your reserve medal right there. Congrats
Your reserve middleweight comes from Class 24, entry 205, Brooks Evans. Good job, Brooks. That brings in Allie Arnold in contention for third overall.
Brings in a really good bear as well. And I talked about his length of step being great. I love his bulk of center body and just his spread up high. My question is, in the middles, does that bear have just enough chest floor and forearm? Is he just stout enough right there to the end of his nose? And I want to clean his body up just a pinch there. On a calico barrel was stout, and yet still square. As you get in behind him, a little more jammed up front. Or blue bear, if he's wider bodied, a little cleaner right there in his flank line, and just a little bulkier coming right to the surface, man. He's got an elite look of quality about him. Out here on the green chips, his blue to me is extravagant. I just love his build. He's my third favorite in Division II. Congrats to him.
Your third overall middleweight, entry 224, come from Class 23, Oliver Gripsover. Oliver would be your Kentucky Proud middleweight. We're now selecting your reserve Kentucky Proud, Judge.
Our reserve Kentucky Proud. We bring out a barrel there that kind of sat in the middle of his class in the heavies, but again, a high quality barrel. I thought to me, again, just getting a little tight in his loin and up front. Thought her gilt was stout. I loved her coming to me there from the side. Maybe doesn't just paint as elite of a picture as what does this barrel right in behind me, but I love her with the skeleton and her bulk, and standing up next to her, her beautiful back gilt there. Just runs downhill a little bit, comes just a nickel shorter in her upper hip, but a good pig. And we've got the big burly one that was second to a good bear in the final class in this division. I love his reach and step. He's a little jiggly through his throat and the base of his body for me, and I want to just open him up, coming right there to me, but man, his quality is still immense. He needs to be up there in the top handful of them. This is my next favorite. Congrats to her.
Your reserve Kentucky Proud is entry 185, Miss Allie Arnold. One more time, put your hands together for all of these middleweight crossbred market hog exhibitors. Let's get started with our heavyweight swing the gates. Class 25's coming in, looking for 11 entries in this first class of heavies, Judge. These hogs weigh between 279 and 284 pounds. We need Class 26. Class 26. Make your way to the makeup ring.
Great pair as we start Division III of these crossbreds. Again, to me, pair of them that come at me great, and they've got that look and presence out front, and then yet still big and bulky and massive whenever you get right up in the center of their back. It's going to be about the way that they handle their hip, their hind leg, and just the usage of it. We want to be your class winner, and the young man's going to have him right here in the blue barrel. Man, I think he's good from the side. I love his silhouette. Got a great big ditch worked up in his back. Beautiful shape to his body. Long hip, good stepping, big features behind, great big footed barrel. He's a little down on his front foot if you're going to nitpick on him, but I don't know that you could anywhere else. Very good pig to win this particular class. The gilt that ends up in second, from her flank forward, I prefer her in terms of just her natural width, the skeleton, the shape of her body. I get back behind her. She's a little busted up in the rear of her flank there, and then you watch her travel not nearly as comfortably as what does my class winner have in her hip and her hind leg. Just all the results, she's getting pretty tensed up right there in the middle of her back, but man, the front two-thirds of her reeks with quality, presented to an absolute T, and so I appreciate him. Makes the pair very, very close. The bear that comes here in third got the big stout skull, got a great big hind leg. Just the usage of that barrow's lower joints, his quality. I wish he was more opened up coming. Same thing as he goes away from me. I just need a more natural shape in that barrow's back. Plenty mature in terms of his front end. The bear that comes here next, again, wide built coming, neat looking from the side, a little kicky about his hind leg. I just wish he'd release it better, work with it better, and then I think that barrel moves up in a hurry. The front two-thirds of him's good. I talked to these young people about what I'd change. Man, it's a good class for sure. I thought a great way to start Division III of these crosses. My compliments to those kids. A really, really high-end pair at the top. Congrats.
And placings in class number 25. First went to Mr. Holland Hobbs. Second and first Kentucky Proud was Mr. Court Flock. Third went to Mally Sipes. Fourth to Talon Moran. Fifth went to Colton Fitzpatrick. Sixth to Lily Smith. Seventh and second Kentucky Proud was Mr. Blaine Smith. Eighth went to Kaiser Sutton. Ninth was Navy Woosley. 10th went to Everett Green. 11th went to Brianna Smith. 10 entries, Judge, in Class 26. Looking for 10 entries. 9 entries, excuse me. 9 entries. These hogs all weigh approximately 285 pounds.
A good class, a little challenging to work through and where you want to settle in your priorities of skeletal design. But the barrel that I start with, I feel like is without question the squares, and then yet still an elite looking pig from the profile. Height of shoulder and strength of back line is better than the barrel that ends up here in 2. And without a doubt, whenever I step right in behind him, the way that his hind leg comes out of the base of his hip is more correct than the 3 or 4 to the top end. To be the class winner and easily do it, he needs a little bit more physical feel and center body roll. I'd like to shape him up just a little harder as I get right up on top of him. That's where I think it makes it close, because from loin to sheath, that barrel's bigger ribbed. As you get right up into him, he's wider in his forerib, bolder in his center body, and I love his spread whenever I watch him go right there away from me. That same view, though, is going to get him in trouble. As he works to the outside of his rear foot, he pushes his hock out of bounds and just never takes as long of a step as what does my class winner. But, man, good look up front, big rib cage, and a stout hind end keeps him right there and competitively in the top pair. The one that ends up in 3rd, if I could just take him from their flank forward, that's my favorite one in class. Height the shoulder and look out front is elite, wide-chested, good shape barrel whenever I get up on top of him. Too often times that he want to roll up in the rear of his loin, duck and roll in his hip and just get them hind legs up underneath him. I couldn't just get him to get out and drive as comfortable as I did the top pair. But, man, again, front 2/3 of him real good. Black Gilt comes out, big shape up high. I love her width down low. Her arm and her hind leg and foot size doesn't match her, what she has up high, and I didn't think she came just as fresh at her crest and just right there at the top of her blade and where it all hooks. But a very good pig nonetheless right there at the ground. I thought this barrel probably had some good days, but they were a few days ago. I like his head. I really like his foot quality and just his toe spread there. That barrel is the most dried up in his center body, narrowest whenever they come and go there of the group. But, man, I thought that pig did still have some big pieces, and so I could see him being probably pretty good as a lightweight. The barrel that comes here next, good looking, needs a shot of muscle and bone, and then again just build sorts those other 3. Good job, good class here.
And placings at Class 26, heavyweight crossbred market hogs. First Kentucky Proud went to Mr. Owen Gripsover. Second went to Barry Gifford. Third was Chance Hager. Fourth and second Kentucky Proud was Allie Arnold. Fifth went to Jordan Gosney. Sixth went to Jacob Back. Seventh, Ashlyn Tingle. Eighth to Claire Dutton. Ninth to Lee Dowell. 10 entries in your final class, Judge. All these hogs weigh approximately 285 pounds. Following this, we'll be selecting your champion reserve and 3rd overall heavyweight crossbred market hogs. So we will need those champion reserves and 3rd overall crossbreds to be thinking about making your way to the makeup ring. I've had a couple of exhibitors ask. We are going to hold reserve and 3rd overall crossbred division winners in the pens. And we'll pull those in as needed. So we're not going to be parading your 3rds and reserves. We're going to keep those in the holding pens. And as the judge needs you, we'll then pull you in. We will also be doing our silent selection for the Kentucky Proud. We'll need all those breed champion and reserves for both the pures and then the crosses once those are selected.
Man, what a way to finalize our crossbreds. A good pair of them at the top end and a very, very good pick to win this class. I think, again, fits his weight well, but he's fresh, and he's so good as he comes right there to you. And, boy, whenever you're out here with him, an absolute moose of a market hog right down his back. Way bigger engine, way bigger hip, way bigger feature than the barrow that ends up in 2. Stouter headed and just bulkier build. I like that pig a good deal. He's always trying to go to the bathroom. I think he's plenty full. I think everything's right on him. Very good pig, nonetheless, to win. The black barrow comes out, and obviously on the green chips, it can be a bit of a struggle to start to study him, but whenever you break him down, his quality in terms of build and presence has got to be the upper end of this particular class. He don't have the same forearm and foot size and hind leg and just hip as what does our class winner, or even the barrow that stands in third. But I thought he worked off a more confident front foot, elevation, height of shoulder, youthfulness in a heavyweight barrow setting, and shape of muscularity very on point in this particular class. Not nearly as stout as our class winner. Barrow that comes in third, if I could just take them from their fore-rib back, I'd like to have a bunch of them built like him, man. He's square hip, heavy bone, big-footed, just got a rugged kind of a lower skeleton to him. Got the most right at the top of his neck. He's the flattest on his front foot, and then as a result, you'll watch him drive with a little more hesitation out of the front end of his skeleton, but from fore-rib back, man, stouty, that still moves very well. Barrow that comes in 4 again, feel like he's just one of those that, like I've talked about in a few classes, the days before this, he's probably pretty darn good if his hind leg is square enough. His front foot obviously lends to maybe a little bit of a disadvantage to get him to move with enough coordination. I step in behind him, though. I'm the most concerned in where his hind leg's at. But a big, heavy bone, good-footed barrow as you study him just right there at the ground up front in just his bulk of got to fix his hind legs there. Good-looking barrow that's elevated up front. Slacks a little in his top line. Bust up just a little right in behind his sheath. Doesn't have the same density of lower joints or just footwork as what did the upper end. Got a quality group of them all the way down, and I talked to those kids about the little things that I'd change. Again, it's been about build for me, and that's what sorts the final end of them. Great class, incredible class winner. Congratulate all these kids with a good round of applause here as we close Division 3.
And placings in class number 27. First went to Miss Hayden Turner. Second went to Josie Hopper. Third to Colton Kaufman. Fourth to Mally Sipes. Fifth and first Kentucky Proud went to Michaela Pike. Sixth, Ava Moore. Seventh to Ashlyn Tingle. Eighth and second Kentucky Proud went to Mackenzie Dunhoft. Ninth to Easton Moore. 10th to Cooper Probst. We're now selecting your champion reserve and third overall heavyweight crossbred market hogs. In contention from class 25, entry 241, Mr. Holland Hobbs. From class 26, entry 226, Owen Gripsover. And 27, entry 309, Hayden Turner. Let's put our hands together for all of these heavyweight crossbred market hog exhibitors.
Again, if you would, let's put our hands together for these 3 young people right here fighting for your champion heavyweight cross. Man, I think it's been a good show, and I'm interested to see as we get our breeds back to our crosses and just kind of figure out where we got to be. But we'll have our champion division line up of crosses here in just a second. But our heavyweights, I thought, were really, really good today. And to me, there's differences in the way you can describe them. I don't want to take anything away from my little buddy's bear on the far side, but he's got a pair of monsters in here with him. I like that pig's quality of lower joints, but he needs to be better right at the top of his skeleton and just a little neater, tidier right up there in front of his shoulder, but a good pig. I thought our blue barrow that wins his class there, I harped on his front foot a little, and I think you can in this division, but outside of that, the extremities of him in terms of length of hip, length of profile, bone work and foot size, and yet still his look and height and just his elevation there to the front side of his body, even though being just a little flat right there on his front foot, he levels out just so good. A barrow there that leaves you with a tremendous amount of bulk and mass. A very, very nice pig. I thought we finalized with a very good pig, and you can nitpick on him. He's maybe, again, for some of you, not the hairiest pig ever, but that don't bother me a bit. I talk about lower joints and just skeletal quality, the way that barrel comes at me and the way that barrel leaves me. I get right up on top of his back and his extra spread, freshness of loin and freshness of body, his look out there ahead of his shoulder blade being impeccable. Once that barrel finally, if he ever goes to the bathroom and just gets it out of him where he is settled in and his hock and his rear foot is impeccable, I would lengthen his upper hip just ever so slightly if I'm nitpicking on him. But, man, that thing is a monster and he moves good. That's my champion in Division III. Congratulations to her.
And your champion heavyweights, entry 309, Miss Hayden Turner. That drops in Josie Hopper in contention for the top 3.
I thought that was a good black bear that was second in that class. I thought he easily needed to be in the top pair. Where do you settle in terms of just bone and foot, stoutness of lower skeleton, but so fresh. He fit right there in the heavies as a good-looking barrow that his crest is right, beautiful shaped out of his back. Really, really neat pig there. Just want to stouten him up a little bit. I thought our blue barrow right there that the young man's got, like I said, he hesitated up front just a pinch. I didn't feel like he was as big in his forerib as what was my champion. But from mid-body back, long hip, big step, and heavy bone barrel, that's my next favorite. Congratulations to him.
Your reserve heavyweight, entry 241, Mr. Holland Hobbs. That brings in Court Flock in contention for third overall heavy.
I did really like this gilt too, and I talked about her. I spent a little time there because I just wanted to see if she'd ever get coordinated enough to drive. She never really has, and she's come back just a little more lethargic once again, but front 2/3 of her incredibly good, and I appreciate the boy just getting her skin and her hide looking like that, coming with that kind of presentation, awfully good. Where you want to settle in terms of her length of step, where do you want to be in terms of the blue barrow's mass up high? Both of those I think could be better. Our black barrow, again, build and silhouette and outline, awesome, and freshness is very, very good. Not near the feature and foot size and power and bulk and mass of this top pair, but still, again, a very good pig. I'll keep him in the top 3. Congrats to her.
And your third overall heavyweight is entry 248, Miss Josie Hopper. Good job, Josie. Let's put our hands together for all of these heavyweight crossbred market hog exhibitors. We still need to select our Kentucky Proud heavyweight crossbred champion and reserve.
I think you can be real close between your heavyweight cross, Kentucky Proud division. Again, we released the hind leg better of the black gilt there, and I think she's in contention with that top 3 that we just pulled out. And if that guy's just bulky enough in his mid-body and muscularity is good, I talked about him. I thought that was a quality barrel, a little slacked in his back, maybe not just as heavy-featured, but a good pig. And the one that I like next is right here in front of me. Congratulations, this young man.
And congratulations to Mr. Court Flock, your Kentucky Proud champion heavyweight. That'll bring in Blaine Smith. We need Blaine Smith.
Brings in a nice white barrel. We got to make him use his hind leg just a little bit better. Thought this blue barrel was quality. Maybe a little past his prime, but still good. Like this pig next. Good job to him.
And your reserve Kentucky Prouds, entry 226. That's Owen Gripsover. Good job, Owen. We're going to get started with our crossbred grand drop. Be selecting your champion reserve and third overall crossbred market hogs at the 2026 Kentucky State Fair. After that, we'll be doing your Kentucky Proud silent selection. So we need all those breed champions and reserves to think about going ahead and making your way to the makeup ring. Your crossbreds, for your lightweight from class 21, entry 245, Bristol Hopkins. Put your hands together for her. Swing the gates, bring in that middleweight. Entry 312 from class 22, that's Nash Wunderlich. And that heavyweight, entry 309 from class 27, Hayden Turner. Let's put our hands together for these crossbred market hogs. As Miles takes his last and final look, we'd like to thank him one more time for being here with us today. Miles Tenius is from Old Ripley, Illinois. He went to Lakeland Junior College and then Western Illinois, where he judged at both schools. He's had the opportunity to judge many county, state, national cattle and hog shows across the country. Miles is the owner of Tenius Livestock, where he raises, trades, and sells show steers and show pigs to youth across the country, and owns and operates his own concrete business. If you're around ringside, put your hands together for Mr. Miles Tenius.
We got three real good barrows out here in this particular division of crossbreds. Man, I'd ask you if you could, let's put our hands together for them, show our appreciation. It's been a great Kentucky State Fair, and I know that some of you maybe didn't get to where you wanted to be, and I understand that. We show them too, just like I said, and this is what we eat, breathe, and sleep. And so you can harp on the judge all you want. Don't get hard on your kids, man. I think they've done a very good job, and I'm appreciative of them. They're sportsmen out here, and I appreciate that because it is so tough to be a sportsman whenever you just want to win. And I think, to me, these kids have done an awesome job today of just showing that sportsmanship. And so I appreciate each one of you kids. And I know that we're going to get here through our crossbreds and then obviously finalize our top 5 here this evening. And I'm going to be proud of the ones that come back. I felt like, to me, in their crossbred divisions, as they came to me, each one of these barrows represent a tremendous amount of quality. They may do it a little differently, but what I'm very comfortable in is the fact that these 3 barrows come out here, and they're the most confident. Now, I talked about those a little slower pace maybe in our belted barrow there, but again, just in terms of size and substance of hind leg and bulk of body and his look out front being so good, our lightweight comes back in way more chucked full and just opened up and bulky than he was there earlier. I talked about him there maybe not being just the freak in any one regard in his forearm and his front foot. We can maybe stouten and just strengthen a little bit, but I think that is a very, very good pig, and he comes back incredibly good. Our heavyweight barrow withstood the last class, withstood a long drive, and that is a square-built, giant back, beautiful-headed, long-stepped, big-featured, clean-jointed barrow as you get in behind him that I'll have to make not very many excuses for. I told you I thought that these 3 were really good, but I feel like your champion crossbred is that much more. Young lady's got him right there. Congrats to him.
Your grand champion crossbred market hog comes from your heavyweight division, entry 309, Hayden Turner. Good job, Hayden. That drops in Holland Hobbs in contention for reserve.
Drops in that reserve heavyweight, and man, he fits right there with him. He's long-hipped, he's good stepping, he's heavy-boned, and he's got a great look of quality there, head of his blade. Again, I'd strengthen his front foot. I feel like you could do it to any one of these trio that's out here. To me, then, it's going to be, just as you study him back behind, I feel like the 2 blue barrows just handle it incredibly good, and they do it very well right there at the surface. I thought this blue barrow, he continues to impress as he comes back there through his class and back through division, and then a barrow that I've talked about his front feet, but it really hasn't made him hesitate to move. In fact, the pig's probably got a little easier moving off of his front end. He wasn't beating the champion coming at you right at the top of his blade or right in his forerib, but man, I think that thing is punchy, stout, good looking, and heavy, heavy bone. He's my next favorite in the crosses. Congrats to him.
Your reserve crossbred market hog goes to entry 241, Mr. Holland Hobbs. That brings in Josie Hopper in contention for 3rd overall.
It's a good black barrow, and again, I feel like that he needed to be in the top 3 in the heavyweight division. Again, not the stoutest one that you'll ever see, but a very good built pig. I want more arm and chest and just a little square front end as they drive right there to me in terms of knee, but man, foot is good. I love his height. I love his elevation. Again, just very, very good pig. Our middleweight, I talked about his center body. I liked his head quality just as good as any of them in there. I wanted to make that barrel just take a longer step on both ends of his framework. I felt like he won the middles and needed to do that pretty easily. I thought our lightweight barrel came back in as filled up and as chucked full as just any of them, and we had some time to do that and get his back line right. That barrel's fundamentals is good. His length of step and his quality of hind leg is just as comfy as the heavy. That barrel, for me, he had to be better right out there in front of his nose in terms of jaw. I wanted to square him up just a little in his front foot, but man, that is a good pig. And so with that being said, my compliments to him. That one needs to be a little stouter. That one needs to move a little bit better. I like this lightweight third best. Congrats to her.
Your third overall crossbred market hog is your lightweight entry 245 Bristol Hopkins. Let's put our hands together for all of these crossbred market hog exhibitors. We'll now be selecting your Kentucky Proud crossbreds. In contention, your lightweight is exhibited by Ruby Atchison. Your middleweight, driven by Mr. Oliver Gripsover. And that heavyweight for Mr. Court Flock. Let's put our hands together for these Kentucky Proud exhibitors. We need those Kentucky Proud reserves and breed champions to be loaded up immediately, please.
I think this is tough as we get to our Kentucky Proud deal, and I'm proud of them, man, and you should be too, right here in the state of Kentucky, putting pigs together like this. Let's give these kids a good round of applause. Job well done here in our crosses. I appreciate the Kentucky State Fair for still acknowledging that kids can do it within their own state. And I appreciate you three for having three crossbred barrows that look like, or barrows and gilt, that look like they do. And each one of them almost got, I believe two of them got a piece of their division or real close, but just been a good set of them. I thought this lightweight, man, it was just pound for pound in terms of bulk and muscularity, and his ability to reach is so good. He's not the heaviest boned one down low. He's maybe just a little outside there in terms of his boundary and where he's going to set him behind. But, again, plants, pushes, and goes in a moderate barrel with some real muscle to him in market hogs. I thought her heavyweight gilt there, beautiful headed, really neat looking. Got to ask yourself, where's the swing and just the swivel of that gilt's hip and hind leg? Needs to be just a pinch more relaxed as she drives right there. Thought the blue barrel was super pretty, but just need a little bit more horsepower. And so I think you can go back and forth, lots of different areas. I felt like, to me, though, if you just study them in terms of feature, head quality, and width of skeleton and power, I like this young man's gilt to win. Congratulations to him.
Your champion crossbred Kentucky Proud Market Hog is entry 214, Mr. Court Flock. That'll drop in Oliver Gripsover in contention for reserve.
brings in a good blue bear, and I talked about him enough as well in that division drive. And so where do you want to settle in terms of hind legs shape and squareness? Where do you want to be in terms of width of skeleton and just bulk? And so I feel like our champion, once we got to get them going, none of them maybe just perfect behind, and so we call it a wash, and that one just has quite a bit more to them. I get right up here next to them, and I watch these things go right away. I felt like a good group of them. My second favorite, though, is the lightweight. Congratulations to that young lady.
Your reserve, Kentucky Proud Crossbreds, entry 190, Miss Ruby Atchison. We're going to be bringing in your breed champions. We'll have those hogs parade for a while, and when the judge is done evaluating you, you'll shut those things down closer to the announcer stand. Then we'll bring in those reserves, let our judge look at those. He'll silently select his top ones, and then we'll dismiss you once he's done getting those written down. Here we go, folks. Swing the gates, entering the ring. Your AOB Light is exhibited by Colton Fitzpatrick. Your Berkshire by Ava Jackson. Your Chester by Hayden Natcher. Your Duroc, Allie Arnold. Your Hampshire, Amelia Gripsover. Your Hereford, Wyatt Stumpf. Your Poland, Gage Johnson. Your Spot, Court Flock. Tam Time, Preston Zinner. Your Yorkshire, Hayden Natcher. And your Crossbred, Court Flock. Put your hands together for all these Kentucky Proud Breed champions. And we're going to bring in those reserves. I'll read them off to you in breed order. Your reserve Berkshires, Miss Lila Mann. Your reserve Chester went to Ruby Atchison. Your reserve Red Pig was Brooke Montgomery. Your reserve Hampshire went to Reed Robinette. Reserve Hereford was Jackson Shoemaker. Your reserve Spotted Market Hog was Ruby Atchison. Tam Time, your reserve Tamworth was Elena Jones. Your reserve Yorkshire went to Case Compton. And your reserve crossbred was Ruby Atchison. It's way too quiet, folks. One more time, put your hands together for your Kentucky Proud Grand Drive. Like to invite everyone tonight to the championship drive. It'll be starting at 5:30 p.m. in Broadbent Arena. We'll be recognizing Kentucky's best of the best in all of our livestock breeds. Kids, if you'll fire them back up, but keep them on those half sides of the ring, please. As our judge is making his evaluations, one more time, we want to recognize Next Level Imaging for taking pictures in the ring. You can go online to their website and download all those precious moments and get those saved for yourselves. And Ringside Live is here live streaming all the shows. The championship drive tonight will be on there as well. Go to ringsidelive.co or go online to YouTube and find it there.
Okay, again, I want to thank Kentucky for doing the Kentucky Proud deal. And, it's challenging to kind of figure out. We get our champions out, we get our reserves back here, and to keep it secretive, they want to just keep it down and bring those back here this evening. And so, again, tough. I mean, you want to see the pigs drive, and you want the kids to get a good look at their pigs. And so, it can be a little tough out here. I think we've got a great group of them. I really thought our purebred hogs today were really good. And so I want you to keep that in mind. I thought our crossbreds were darn sure nice as well. And so you can kind of settle in where you want to in terms of priorities just structurally. So, again, I think that if I'm not mistaken, 3 come back, right, tonight? 3 will come back, and then we will pick your champion reserve and 3rd overall. But let's give these kids a great big round of applause. Your Kentucky Proud Division, these young people are doing a great job.
And way to go, Kentucky Proud kiddos. Let's also put our hands together for Miles Tenius. Miles went quickly today. We appreciated his decisiveness all day.